Madam City Clerk, are we ready to roll? Madam City Clerk, are we ready to start the meeting?
I can't hear him. Can you hear me, Mayor?
I can, yes.
I can't hear him. Hold on just 1 second.
Schwedhelm, we are figuring out a brief technical difficulty.
I can hear him. I don't know if that matters. But... Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
I can
we're
hear
loud and clear.
Yep.
Can you hear me now, Mayor?
I can, yes.
I still can't hear him. Okay. Can you try again, Mayor?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Thank you. Thank goodness for IT.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene the December 1st, 2020 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, can we do a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer? Councilmember Sawyer? Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer, have you joined us?
Yes, here.
Thank you. Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll do these meeting reminders. Council members, keep your audio on mute unless you're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident in the last 4 digits of your phone number. The City of Santa Rosa is committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption. We will not tolerate any hateful speech or actions, and are well staffed to monitor that everyone is participating respectfully or they will be removed. Madam City Clerk, could you explain how public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
Yes. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on the agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam City Attorney, would you like to report out on the closed session item, please?
Yes, the council met in closed session on item 2.1, which is pending litigation, and gave direction to staff. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have no proclamations. Mr. City Manager, we have reports on our staff briefings, item 7.
Yes, we do not have a report on 7.1, but we do have a report on 7.2, and I will read that. The state's limited stay-at-home order for all California counties currently in the purple tier remains in effect through at least December 21st. The order applies to all of Sonoma County and is in effect from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. daily, unless individuals are performing essential work. All non-essential activities outside of the household are not permitted during the curfew hours. Yesterday, Governor Newsom provided a statewide update on COVID-19 and announced that the state was considering greater stay-at-home order restrictions for counties in the purple tier. The announcement was made as the governor revealed that California is experiencing the highest rate of increase in COVID-19 cases since the start of the pandemic. And it is anticipated that the new cases resulting from Thanksgiving gatherings are expected to add to the surge within the next 2 weeks. No timetable was provided for when a new, more restrictive order may be issued. With all this in mind, we continue to urge our residents to celebrate the upcoming holidays at home with your members of your own household only. Always wear a mask when going out into the public. Refrain from traveling over the holidays as much as possible, unless for essential purposes. If you do decide to travel for non-essential purposes and have increased your risk, you have increased your risk of potential COVID-19 exposure, you should quarantine for 2 weeks to ensure you do not spread the virus to others. Finally, last week, new Sonoma County guidelines were published to address temporary structures, tents, and canopies for outdoor dining setups at restaurants, bars, and brew pubs. These guidelines help clarify the requirements for meeting both COVID-19 safety needs and the fire protective measures in a more consistent manner across Sonoma County. Those guidelines and details on all other information provided in this update can be found at srcity.org/prevent the spread. Next up, unless there's any questions, is the glass fire recovery update by Mr. Paul Lowenthal.
Are there any questions on that last update from Mr. McGlynn by any council members? Not seeing any. Thank you. Mr. Lowenthal, you're on.
Actually, really fast, Mr. Mayor, if I could before. So, Mr. City Manager, one of the things that the governor presented yesterday was the expected capacity for ICU beds by region. And while the Bay Area looked better than most of the state, are we starting to get into talks again about what to do with folks if we do start to exceed our ICU capacity here locally?
We have not been, the county is handling that issue. We will be checking in with them in that capacity during this week, but we're not directly involved in those conversations at this point.
Okay. I do know, obviously, we had SSU was set up as well as then up in Healdsburg utilizing one of their motels. So I am curious if we can put out information on what the backup plan is for folks if we do reach our capacity. Understanding it's on the county's shoulders.
Yeah, we'll reach out to the county to see if they have any additional information to provide.
Great. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up, Mr. Lowenthal.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. My name is Paul Lowenthal, one of the co-leads of the debris task force with Kemplin Robbins. The city, county, and state debris task force continues to meet Monday through Friday, and the city's debris task force is meeting a second time Monday through Thursday, and we're also joining in and working with our watershed task force 2 of those days a week. So as you can tell, the meetings are keeping us busy, but there's a lot of work that's going on to keep our community moving forward in the recovery process. So a couple highlights to share with you. As Kemplin discussed last week, we were wrapping up the phase 1. So there were 7 properties in the city where the state was unable to complete the phase 1 household hazardous waste debris removal. That was completed on Wednesday of last week. So all parcels within the city of Santa Rosa are done now with phase 1. We used a contract through our own our own hazardous waste contractor to get those done for the state so that our community members can now freely choose which phase 2 program they're going to go through. So the deadline to pick the program is the 15th of this month, and that's to opt in to the state's right of entry program for their debris removal or the private debris removal program. The state has started their process as of today. They have begun mobilizing equipment into the county, conducting their site assessments, asbestos abatement, as well as their 811s for the dig-ins, and they intend to start actually physically removing debris by at least Friday of this week. So with that, we've been pushing very hard to work with our community members that have eligible debris to get them into the program directly. Adrian Mertens has been working on a lot of the communications on that. Jesse Oswald, our building official, right now we're tracking 7 private opt-outs and 10 right of entries. So we've got to get our numbers up. Got a couple weeks to do that. The biggest thing we're pushing right now, in addition to the number of structures that were destroyed in the glass fire within the city limits, is the 1,151 parcels that were affected by the fire. The addition of the tree removal program by the state for the hazardous trees has been one of our big priorities, our number one priorities, to avoid what we have experienced here locally following the Tubbs fire. You can drive around our community, you can see a lot of the dead and dying trees that are continuing to collapse, especially in the Cross Creek areas and certain parts of Santa Rosa that we are hoping to avoid this year. So the state's tree removal program is new, and we are pushing to get our community to understand the program, and that if they have a tree that is likely to die within 5 years and is a threat to our right-of-way or any sort of public infrastructure, they are encouraged to complete a right of entry. And the state will evaluate the trees with an arborist and will remove them. They will remove the tree, drop it and remove it through the normal right of entry process. So we've been working hard to get that direct communication into our Rincon Valley, Melita Road, Los Alamos, and Oakmont residents. So again, a lot of work is going into getting them to understand that. And we're continuing to work with Cal OES to push that program here locally. PG&E has completed, as of last week, with the exception of 8 trees, all their P1 priority trees. I think there was roughly 9,000 of them. And they were halfway through their P2 trees. The P2 trees were their second priority, and they're halfway through thousands of those that were removed. One thing that has come up that we want to bring some situational awareness to council on, that we're working kind of behind the scenes, but it has now been coming up at some of our community meetings, and we're getting some feedback from our residents, is regarding the trees that were removed by PG&E. In 2017, PG&E had a wood program where when they removed trees that were felled on private parcels, they removed that wood if the resident authorized it, because ultimately the wood is the responsibility of the owners. At some point, that program stopped. And the issue we run into here locally is that PG&E has felled and reduced the hazard of the tree that was interfering with their ability to repair and replace infrastructure. However, it has now been determined that because the tree has been felled, it no longer qualifies for the state's program. So Santa Rosa pushed this issue pretty hard at a debris task force meeting with the state involved, and that led to a meeting that PG&E hosted where the city, the county, Cal OES, and PG&E met for the first time over our concerns. That concern has now been spread not only from Santa Rosa, but to now multiple other counties where they're looking at the issues that we raised here locally and the impacts that some of those decisions and how trees are being felled are potentially negatively impacting residents. So we are working very closely with our city manager, as well as Cal OES and the county, to figure out how to fix this problem in the future, but also how to deal with potentially our residents that have been affected here locally. We don't know what the world looks like yet. We are actually going to physically get into the field and see if we can find some examples. We don't know whether it's a couple residents or hundreds of residents here locally, but our standpoint right now is that residents should be entitled to some sort of a removal process. And because their tree was felled by PG&E and that they're no longer eligible for the state, presents a problem that we're looking to address here. We do anticipate that will come up again during tomorrow night's community meeting, which is why we wanted to bring it to your attention here. And that is kind of the last final point we have, is that tomorrow's meeting, community meeting, is at 5 o'clock. We'll be covering the phase 2 program, the private debris removal program, watershed rebuilding, as well as insurance questions. So myself, Kemplin Robbins, Jesse Oswald will again be available to represent the city in that community meeting. And Adrian's been working closely. She hosted the last one on behalf of the city, and the county will be hosting this one. And that is where we're at. Unless there's any questions.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Lowenthal. Regarding tomorrow's meeting, is it open to anyone who's interested in hearing the information?
Yeah, and the information, you can get the access to the meeting by going to srcity.org/glass fire recovery. On our city's recovery page, you'll have the link to the meeting and the information.
Great, thank you. Questions? Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Tom. Paul, I got a couple questions for you. I'll start with the PG&E one. So what I'm hearing you say is PG&E is going in, they're cutting down the trees to protect their power lines, most likely, or some form of property owned by PG&E. And they're not chainsawing them into trunks or chipping them or anything like that, splitting it into firewood. They just leave a felled tree on the property.
That is correct if it's over 4 inches in diameter. So they will remove the smaller materials. However, wood over 4 inch becomes the responsibility of the property owner. And the city and Adrian and a lot of us put together a pretty comprehensive argument that we presented to PG&E and Cal OES last week, or actually it's been a week and a half now. And we're able to basically use a lot of the information that they provided to us previously in response to our concerns now. So in 17, they removed all the debris to reduce future fire risks here locally. In the campfire, which was in 18, they instituted a wood removal program in April of 19. So we tried asking some questions of what was the breaking point where they implemented a wood removal program well into a tree removal process. But yes, ultimately, we are concerned with those trees that have been felled for a number of reasons. One is they will present a future fire risk, but ultimately, we are trying to advocate for future coordination, which Cal OES is very open and receptive to, and it seems like PG&E as well, so that, again, we don't run into the issue we're finding and faced with locally.
How many trees did they clear in the Tubbs fire incident? I have to imagine it was, a magnitude larger than the 9,000 plus trees that they have to clear here.
It was a large number. We had Brian Batari directly assigned to our task force in 17, and this was a standing topic. And it was something that came up regularly in community meetings. So I don't know the total number of trees, but I do know that we were using it, our residents were using it locally. I can remember in a lot of our report outs to the city manager and our task force meetings after that, we were pushing and advocated for extensions to that program because it was continuing to be used. And I remember a lot of residents in the Coffee Park community that the mayor was bringing forward to us that we helped advocate for. So it was a successful program back then, and we're trying to figure out how to connect those dots this time.
Well, that's my point is we know PG&E is capable of doing it on a scale larger. I just, it's beyond me why they're trying to pull that goodwill right now, or withdraw it, I should say. I guess my final thing is I know that we have an obligation to rough up PG&E when it comes to doing this job, and it sounds like you and your team are doing a good job of that. I certainly appreciate it. But if they just decide to say no, is the city of Santa Rosa or your office under potentially, the vegetation management ordinance that we have, do we have any ability to extend this service in the absence of PG&E making it their responsibility?
I don't know the answer to that. I do know that right now, the city manager and I actually have a meeting tomorrow morning at 7:30 because this is an evolving topic. But again, we wanted to make sure you had some situational awareness because it is coming up and we're hearing about it from our public. Our goal right now, and is to figure out what we can do with the kind of the other jurisdictions that are coming forward. We're actually on our last 3:30 city debris task force conference call, we were actually getting real-time information from the state that 3 additional counties have come forward with our same concerns. So I think behind the scenes, the state is helping connect the dots and helping us join up with other counties. And we did let them know that with us kind of bringing this to the front, that we will likely be issuing a letter from the city as well with our concerns.
I'm sorry for all my questions, guys, but this is making me want to ask more. Can we take legal action and file suit? Because it is their property. My argument that I hope you're making is that resident, every time they pay their energy bill, whether it's to Sonoma Clean Power or PG&E, also pays a charge for transmission and delivery, which pays for that pole and that wire that tree is threatening. So, in my mind, this is the responsibility of PG&E, and this is something that the residents are already paying for. They're paying for that infrastructure to work, and to work, trees shouldn't fall on it. So, I hope you'll bring that up with them. Can we pursue any kind of lawsuit, Ms. Gallagher, if it comes down to this against PG&E? Maybe you have these other counties or cities join in to try to force the point.
I'm happy to work with Paul and look into that, but I do not have the answer to that question.
Okay. Yeah, I hope we will. And Paul, thanks. I know you're already doing everything you can and you're pulling no punches. Another question that I had was with the right of entry totals. You said there's about 10 private, 7 public, so that's 17 total. How many are outstanding? About 50, 60?
So our numbers are a little skewed for a couple reasons. We have 7 private opt-outs, we have 10 right of entries for structures, and we have 14 for tree removals in the city limits. We have properties that they're actively engaged with, but until the right of entry form is actually accepted and approved, it doesn't count as a statistic. So we know we're engaged with a number of properties, and there's just some follow-ups. A driver's license picture was missing from something, so we're working with those. But we're looking at roughly 18 or so that we have outstanding specifically for the actual structural removal. We had roughly, and that's actually another point, we did complete a pretty comprehensive assessment way beyond what CAL FIRE did, where we actually physically went into the field and into debris fields to look at and get an actual real final count of our structures. So we will have that to report to council in the next day or so, where you will now have a final how many commercial structures, residential structures that include the ADUs, all the way down to the Los Quilicos Village structures that were destroyed, because those are technically in the city limits on county property. So we have finished that. We'll have the full breakdown. So our structure numbers not that high. It's roughly 38 structures, which is fantastic. It's the 1,152 or 51 that we're really trying to work with to figure out where the trees can be opted into the system.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I appreciate all that, and thanks for your patience, guys.
Council, any other questions for Mr. Lowenthal? Seeing none, thank you, Paul, for that presentation. Mr. City Manager, we have a report on 7.4.
Yes, we do. 7.4 Tubbs Fire Recovery Update, and I'd like to invite Jenny Lynn Holmes from Catholic Charities and Adam Peacock from Feathervine to do the presentation.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Welcome.
Thanks. Well, thank you, Mayor Schwab, and members of the council. Myself and Adam Peacock are really excited to be virtually with you to talk a little bit about ROC Sonoma County. I know we've updated the council a few different times. This is going to be probably our final report out on the Tubbs 2017 fire recovery work we've been pursuing over the last few years. So grateful for the opportunity and all the support that the city has given us so far. So next slide. So just a little bit of background for those that haven't heard of ROC Sonoma County. ROC Sonoma County is a collaborative network that addresses the long-term recovery needs related to the disaster of the 2017 Sonoma County fires. It's a collaborative group made up of several nonprofits, and we work together for typically about 3 to 5 years. Next slide. The big component around ROC Sonoma County and long-term recovery groups is part of FEMA's kind of work that they do after a community disaster in order to bring together groups of nonprofits and volunteer organizations to work collaboratively to serve the individual who is affected by the disaster and help streamline services for them in the most effective way. Next slide. I'm just going to quickly highlight here a couple of the organizations that have been a part of this since the very beginning. This work wouldn't have happened without these kind of core foundational groups, but I will also mention there are several dozens other nonprofits and volunteer organizations who have been part of this journey with ROC Sonoma County. And in particular, our partnership with the county, the city, FEMA, and Cal OES has been an important part of how we have been able to educate disaster survivors and working with them on advocating for their needs in their recovery pathway. So with that, I'll turn it over to Adam to talk a little bit more about how the process works, and then we'll talk finally to finish up with our accomplishments and answer any questions from the council.
Thank you, Jenny Lynn. Thank you for the opportunity to present again to you this afternoon. If we can look at the next slide, I'd love to talk a little bit more about the way that ROC has done its work and who we help. So as Jenny Lynn already mentioned, ROC was really created as a long-term recovery group based upon national best practices and frameworks that have been created for disaster assistance. We've worked very hard to stay in good relationship with FEMA, Cal OES, County of Sonoma, and City of Santa Rosa. Our collaborative has been based around a committee-based model. Right after the fires in 2017, we had quite a few committees because of the broad range of help and assistance that was needed. But as we moved deeper into recovery, really housing became a primary focus for the assistance we were providing. So along with an executive committee, we had a housing committee that was broken into those assisting those who were renters who had their home destroyed, and those assisting homeowners, disaster case management, which we'll talk more about, emotional, mental, spiritual support, and communications and unmet needs. The big thing that we want to communicate is that we were available to help all fire survivors. So anyone of any background, and especially those who had significant hurdles to their recovery, we were there to be available for them for the long haul. But we wanted to do that in a way that protected against duplication of resources. We knew that every dollar that was available for recovery was going to need to be spent wisely. And so if we can go to the next slide about a client's journey. The journey for our fire survivors here in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County started by signing up for help. FEMA opened the local assistance center that was located here in Santa Rosa. We had over 16,000 people sign up there at the local assistance center. FEMA told us we would expect about 10% of that total number as clients. We ended up with a little less than that, 1,223 clients. So out of those initial signups, we had case managers who would meet with the clients to help determine their eligibility and conduct a needs assessment. One of the benefits of our collaborative is that rather than needing to meet with multiple organizations and kind of rehash their story, which could be traumatic for the fire survivor, working in a collaborative way allowed us to really wrap the services around them and to really support their emotional journey, as well as understanding how we could get them the resources needed for their recovery. So we really worked to create a process that was client-centered and to empower the clients to lead their own recovery process, which leads us to the next part, which is that they developed a recovery plan. The key part of that plan really is sequence of delivery. This is a key element of long-term recovery, that the community support that we're offering really comes in at the end. So They utilize all the help that they can get from insurance, although many were significantly underinsured or did not have insurance at all, that they would get the government and other type of community-based support, and then come to our Unmet Needs Committee and our philanthropic partners at the end. So as I mentioned earlier, we had 1,223 clients that we've begun this journey with. 1,045, the vast majority were Santa Rosa residents. And so this has been a huge endeavor focused around many in the city of Santa Rosa. And as we transition back to Jenny Lynn around what we've accomplished, I just want to say that our fire survivors really are the heroes of this story. Many are still in the process of recovery from 2017, but to see those we've worked with work so hard to recover has really been a testament to their resiliency and the way this community has come together around them.
Thanks, Adam. So on the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more about the specific numbers of what has happened. And we're coming to you because we predict by the end of December 2020, so the end of this month, that we will have completed all of our disaster case management work and all of our long-term recovery work for the 2017 Tubbs fire. So over the time we've been working with individuals, as Adam mentioned, we met with about 1,200 clients to assess their needs, which were equated to about 15,000 plus interactions with individuals. Many of the people we worked with needed just kind of minor assistance. For example, we listed a couple of those specific examples, what we have done for looking at uninsured equipment that was essential for a home office that was destroyed in the fire. That was something small we could help with and help them get back on the road to recovery. We also helped in some scenarios with gap funding for rent while they were transitioning to a new home. So the minor assistance, cases helped us to kind of whittle down those numbers down to about 627 people who we considered to be a level 3 or 4 when we triaged them. And levels 3 or 4 was kind of triaged in the level in the amount of vulnerability and the amount of loss and limitations that the individual might have around recovery resources. And so with that, we worked with about 1,200 people. They were assigned a disaster case manager to help them navigate the very complex process back to a full recovery. We have about 15 cases that are left and open right now, but as we mentioned, the hope is that those cases will all be closed and people will be back on the pathway to their housing and recovery by the end of this month. Next slide. So one of the committees that ended up becoming a large focus in our work was our housing committee, which was actually chaired by Mayor Schwedhelm at one point. We're very appreciative of his leadership on that endeavor. And the housing committee, we actually focused a lot of our time on the renter population, individuals who lost their rentals in the disaster and were not allowed to rebuild as they were only renting and not a homeowner at that time. So we were able to help rehouse over 820 renters, and we were able to partner with the city of Santa Rosa, all of you, to provide 48 housing vouchers to the most vulnerable. These were really targeted for individuals who really had no option to rebuild, no place that they could rent at the amount they were renting before. A lot of these individuals that we worked with came from the Journey's End mobile home park, and our Suchi partners helped with a lot of the housing location, partnered with the housing choice vouchers that were provided. Additionally, as Adam mentioned, we were able to leverage private dollars to be able to provide direct client assistance to fire survivors. So we were able to disperse over $5 million of client assistance to fire survivors, really focusing in again on the extremely low income and vulnerable population. And this oftentimes came in the way of being able to replace broken tools if that was their trade, or in some of the larger scenarios actually help them with the cost of their rebuilds because they would financially not be able to have done it without this assistance. And then lastly, we partnered with an organization called Hope City to do volunteer rebuilds, and they could typically, when we worked with them, they were able to rebuild individuals' homes at a very low rate, sometimes half the rate of what it would have cost if they did not use their volunteer rebuild program. And I'll let Adam talk a little bit more about the homeowner work that we did.
Yeah, just quickly, if we could look at the next slide. We had 310 households that were homeowners that we were able to help get home, a wide variety of assistance was provided for both stick builds as well as mobile homes and modular homes and all of those efforts. And so our construction committee did a tremendous job really helping our fire survivors find what was going to work for them. We were able to provide $1.5 million in funding from local philanthropic organizations and nonprofits to provide really, in many cases, it was that gap funding that made the difference between, I don't want to make it sound over dramatic, but with all that our homeowners were facing here in this community, staying in the community and the rebuild process, it often felt for them the difference between getting home or giving up. And so just so excited to see them come home. And you see here pictures of a welcome home dedication from earlier in the fall, where this is one of the Hope City homes that Jenny Lynn mentioned. This was built with volunteer labor. It's just an absolutely fantastic story, and it's going to be featured in the SR City Connections e-newsletter going out tomorrow, I believe. And so you can read more about it, and we're just so grateful for the partnership with the City of Santa Rosa, both with the housing vouchers for the renters, but also with the community collaboration around projects like this to help homeowners get home. So if we could also look at the next slide, I want to highlight one other significant feature about the work that ROC has done over the last 3 years, which is that we were able to secure funding to open a ROC Resource Center. And so this was a physical space that our fire survivors and disaster survivors could come to for assistance, for support, and for referral to resources that are available for them to the community. And we're able to establish this as enough of a presence in the community that it became a hub for some of the additional and subsequent disasters that we have faced prior to COVID, but since 2017. And so it became a place where resources were made available after the Guerneville floods that we had in West County in early 2019, Kincaid Fire, and then ongoing this year in 2020 fire assistance. And we're excited that we're going to be able to continue to keep this ROC Resource Center available for assisting those who are in need in our community. So I'll turn it back to Jenny Lynn.
Okay, so the next slide is the last piece of information. We're just kind of talk about what's next for ROC Sonoma County. So as I already mentioned, all of our 2017 fire recovery cases will be closed by the end of December. And one thing that we're really excited, we actually just found out about, I think it was a week or two ago, is that ROC Sonoma County's disaster case management program has actually been nationally recognized and awarded a national award for their innovative work around this. It was through the Applied Institute for Disaster Excellence, and it's being recognized actually later this week at their annual National Institute. Additionally, we've been able to develop kind of a manual, a 100-page manual, I think it's 100 pages at this point, that is actually being distributed all across California in terms of how to do this work around fire recovery in particular. As we are all very well aware of, this was the first time of anything like this had happened to this magnitude, and so we're trying to share our lessons learned, what worked, what didn't work, and hoping that other communities are able to learn from the work we've done around disaster case management.
So again, I mentioned how we've been able to pivot beyond just some of the 2017 response as it's been needed with subsequent disasters. We are currently in the process of looking at what long-term recovery should look like and can look like in responding to the recent fires, including the glass update that we just talked about in the prior item before the council. So we're actively looking at how can we continue to take the lessons we've learned in the relational collaborative infrastructure that we've built to help our community continue to be resilient. As I mentioned, we're going to keep the ROC Resource Center open. And I guess as we close, I think our last slide just says, thank you to the City of Santa Rosa. Throughout this entire process, we feel like our city government has made a really strong commitment to this community to help them recover and has really followed through in that process. And we're very grateful for the opportunity both to present to you now, but even more for the support that we found as we've been trying to move this collaboration forward on behalf of our fire survivors. So thank you. I hope that you can have a sense of celebration with us for the work that's been accomplished, and especially for the recovery that so many of those impacted by the fires in 2017 have been able to make.
Great, and I think at this point, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Schwedhelm, if there are any questions or anything to add.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions or comments from anyone on council? Not seen any. I do want to thank you and compliment you. You know, it seems like 3 years ago was just yesterday. But once you start seeing the numbers, and it goes back to, for me, that theme of neighbors helping neighbors, I'm just glad that you two in ROC Sonoma County are neighbors. And, you know, just like the city of Santa Rosa and many of Mr. McGlynn and his staff, paying it forward, because unfortunately other communities are going to experience things similar to what we did, but they'll learn from some of our experiences. So thank you so much for all your time, energy, and dedication to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shevich, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I just wanted to say, Adam, Jenny Lynn, thank you both from the bottom of my heart when you brought this forward. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but you know, sometimes as a council member, I get worried about the creation of new committees and things like that. But you guys have really hit a grand slam with this from what I can tell based on the data. I mean, I think, what was it, 820 or so people, renters that you helped relocate, and you paired also with housing choice vouchers. I mean, I think about what that cost would be to not just the individual who might become homeless or shelterless, but to the city specifically, since our job is to kind of watch the purse of the city. So I think it's outstanding work and probably a tremendous amount of cost savings there. So thank you so much.
All right, we're now taking public comment on item 7, staff briefings. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9. Madam Host, would you please facilitate public comment on item 7?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. As the mayor stated, this is public comment on item 7, staff briefings. A countdown timer is before you for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown or at the conclusion of your comments. Mayor, I'm not seeing any hands raised for public comment on item 7, staff briefings, and there were no public comments submitted via voice message.
All right, thank you so much. Item 8 of tonight's agenda, City Manager, City Attorney reports. Madam City Attorney, do you have a report for us this evening?
Were you unable to hear that?
I didn't hear it.
Okay. No, I do not have anything to report this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report for us this evening?
Yes, I do. I am pleased to announce that the City of Santa Rosa's Fulton Road Reconstruction Project is the recipient of 2 awards. First, the 2020 Best Projects of Award of Merit by the Engineering News Record California region, and second, the Infrastructure Project of the Year awarded by the American Concrete Institute Northern California region. The Fulton Road Reconstruction Project between Occidental and West 3rd Street repaired approximately 2,300 linear feet of 4-lane pavement that supports a remarkable 25,000 vehicles per direction per day. The project's innovative design involved the installation of Portland cement concrete pavement rather than traditional asphalt pavement. While only 2% of the local governments currently use concrete pavement, this innovative technology is proving to be less costly, longer lasting, and requiring less lifetime maintenance than asphalt pavement. In October 2019, when the Kincaid fire broke out, the Fulton Road was actively under construction, the city and crews halted construction and acted quickly to make this major north-south traffic corridor a drivable evacuation route for those evacuating the fire's path. Innovation, adaptability, and sustainability were key to the short and long-term success of this project. I congratulate Transportation and Public Works Capital Projects engineering team, traffic engineering team, and everyone involved in the project who are committed to innovative and sustainable city infrastructure. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you for that report. And it is a wonderful project, having received the benefits of traveling on that road. Council, any questions on the city manager's report? Mr. Tibbetts, is your hand still up? There we go. Seeing none. Okay, we're now taking public comment on item 8, city manager report. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9. Madam Host, would you facilitate any public comment on item 8?
Thank you, Mayor. As you can see, a countdown timer is before you for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. And this is for item 8, city manager, city attorney report. All right, Mayor, no hands are being raised for item 8, city manager, city attorney report, and there were no public comments submitted via voice message.
Okay, thank you very much. On to item 9, statements of abstention by council members. Are there any abstentions? Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to abstain from item 2.6, the second reading of the ordinance of the Resilient City ordinance. And again, it has to do with the development project I'm pursuing and some of the provisions in that could help it. Oh, sorry, not development, tiny houses. That's what it was. Thank you.
Clarification, Mr. Tibbetts, 12.6?
Yeah, I think it was 12.6. Let me look. Sorry. It's the Resilient City ordinance.
Okay.
And yeah, Sue, it's related to tiny houses because I think one of the big amendments in the ordinance was the addition of tiny houses. So that relates to my work.
Yes, thank you, council member.
Thank you.
Okay, it is item 12.6. Are there any other statements of abstention on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, thank you. On to item 10, mayors and council members reports. Are there any reports for this evening's meeting? Seeing no, Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, I just wanted, this is not so much of a report as just, I would like to reinforce the city manager's report out about the COVID-19 concerns related to both the county and the state, and encourage people, if they're not already considering abiding by those regulations, to know that that I hope that I speak with the council, but if I don't, please speak up, that we really hope that people are careful and safe, and that, it's going to be a rough few months, and that I think we have a bright spring to look forward to if we're really careful and safe through the winter. That's it for me.
Thank you. And to answer your question, yes, I saw a lot of heads nodding from council, supportive of your comments, so thank you. One thing I would like to report out on, the Public Safety Subcommittee met on November 23rd. We had several items that we discussed, many of which will be coming to the entire council. First, we received a presentation on the Santa Rosa Fire Department Wildland Resiliency and Response Strategic Plan. We also had a presentation from Police Chief Navarro about the Santa Rosa Police Department staffing and an updated timeline for the response to the mental illness / homelessness, commonly referred to as the CAHOOTS. So all that information is online. And lastly, we received an update on the after action review update, and we gave direction to staff. We would like to see both of those reports done at the same time at a future council meeting. So that will be coming in the coming months, 2021. And with that, I guess we need to take public comment on item 10. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. And if you're dialing in via phone, please dial *9. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment on item 10?
Thank you, Mayor. The countdown to timer is before you for the convenience of the public participating via Zoom and viewing from the government channels and YouTube and Facebook. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. Mayor, there are no hands being raised for public comment on item 10, council member reports.
All right, thank you so much for that. We have no minutes to approve. On to item 12, consent calendar. Mr. McGlynn.
Mr. Nutt will be taking this item.
Okay, welcome soon to be Mr. Nutt.
He is being promoted as we speak.
There he is. Congratulations, Mr. Nutt, on your promotion. Item 12, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Item 12.1, resolution, professional service agreement with AECom Technical Incorporated for city facility energy audit and microgrid study. Item 12.2, resolution authorizing submittal of substantial CARES Act Amendment number 2 to fiscal year 2019-2020 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and acceptance and appropriation of $1,281,401 allocated to the City of Santa Rosa under the third round of Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the CARES Act, Community Development Block Grant, CDBG-CV3. Item 12.3, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, increasing the compensation of the city manager by providing effective July 7th, 2019, 1, a 2.5% cost of living salary adjustment, and 2, an increase to the contribution by the city for the 2019-2020 fiscal year equal to 0.25% of base wage to the city manager's retiree health savings plan for a total contribution of 0.75% of base wage. Item 12.4, ordinance adoption, second reading. Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to implement the downtown station area specific plan. Ordinance are item 12.5, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Santa Rosa Council of the City of Santa Rosa. Excuse me for a moment.
I guess the dog doesn't want to abstain.
No, the dog is seconding. So.
I think so, yeah.
We've all been there.
I'm just glad neither Mr. Nutt or his dog are asking for help. Thank you.
Live TV is exciting. All right, 12.4, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to implement the downtown station area specific plan, file number REZ 20-008. Item 12.5, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, reclassification of 888 properties located within the boundaries of the downtown station area specific plan, file number REZ 20-008. Item 12.6, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to extend and modify Chapter 20-16 Resilient City Development Measures, file number REZ 20-007. Item 12.7, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Plan Development PD 403 policy statement to include, quote, coffee shop - counter ordering, unquote, to the list of conditionally permitted uses at the parcel located at 4620 Highway 12 in order to support the operation of a coffee shop with accessory drive-through service and extended hours of operation, APN 032-190-029, file number PRJ 20006.
All right, thank you for that. Back to council. Any questions on the consent calendar? Seeing none. Would our host please facilitate public comment on item 12, consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. Now's the time for public comment on item 12, consent. To make a public comment via Zoom, raise your hand now. If you're participating by telephone, dial *9. A countdown timer is before you for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. Again, this is for public comment on item 12, the consent calendar. Mayor, it doesn't look like we have any hands raised for consent. We did receive some voice message public comments. Are you okay if I move forward with those public comments?
Yes, please do.
Hi, my name is Philippa. I'm a mental health worker in Sonoma County, and I'm calling about item 12.3, the city council manager asking for a raise. I would like to ask him if he's heard of the philosophy of captain goes down with the boat, or women and children out first, and wonder what he thinks of that. I feel like in our society, women and children represent the most vulnerable. And right now, the most vulnerable are houseless, those struggling to get their food, struggling to pay rent. And I wonder how often he is able to get coffee. And I wonder how often he has to worry about filling up his gas tank. And I wonder how much he's stressing about his electricity bill this winter. Some people don't have to worry about an electricity bill because they're sleeping outside tonight. But obviously he needs a $7,000 raise. So I don't know, I feel like if that philosophy were adopted, women and children first, metaphorically speaking, most vulnerable first, then perhaps we should consider giving IHSS workers the minimum wage, which right now they're being paid $13 per hour, and minimum wage in Sonoma County is $15 an hour. Even with $15 an hour, it is impossible to find even a one-bedroom apartment working full-time. I know this because I experience it, as do my coworkers every single day. So I'm honestly just shocked and appalled and a little amused at someone's selfishness to ask for a $7,000 raise, or really any raise, when our county, have you been downtown lately? Have you seen the extravagance of people dining out next to the homeless, literally sleeping outside of the library they can't go into, they can't read books from? I feel like we need a little bit of a reality check here, people. It's winter during a pandemic. People are going houseless. This is not a good time. It's shameful. You should be ashamed of yourself for even asking for a raise right now. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Consent item 12.3, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Last meeting, you folks approved a 2.5% cost of living adjustment for the city manager's wage. And it appeared to some people in the community that every year the city manager has gotten a raise, and the same with the city attorney, whereas many people working in many good, important jobs rarely get yearly raises. Please explain to the community why you need to spend so much money on a top-heavy bureaucracy with a top-heavy pension plan. Regarding item 12.4, the ordinance for the downtown station area plan, specific plan as it's called, has left out a large portion of the disadvantaged community of Roseland, though Roseland is in that plan. Specifically, Dutton Avenue at Sebastopol Road, running northeast to Highway 12-101 intersection at Olive Street Underpass. Numerous residents have stated they didn't get a chance to participate. And once while I was at one of the meetings at the library and I asked about Roseland involvement, the people handling it were like, well, this isn't about Roseland, and tried to dissuade my participation. I believe this is a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act involving transportation funding, which you get from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. So I would hope you folks would be ready to specifically address that exclusion of the disadvantaged Roseland residents by working with the new elected city council person representing Roseland, and not try to just make that person go along to get along. This also deals with 12.5 with the reclassification of those boundaries and those properties. So please be fair, especially because you've got the resilient city development measures, which are affecting Roseland more than other areas. We've got the highest rate of new housing coming in, even though our areas weren't burned. Some people say, though, we are getting burned by the way you folks are handling this all. With that in mind, a good new December to you. Be well and stay well.
Hello, my name is Miranda. I'm calling to address section 12.3. I do not think that our city manager should get a raise. It's absolutely not a priority right now. I would also like to state my support for CARES Act funding for rental assistance. Tenants need rental assistance now more than ever during the global pandemic. This is regarding issue 12.2. Super important, as you know. It's a lot more expensive to deal with people after they have been evicted than it is to keep people housed. So, thank you.
Hi there. My name is Sean Jazewski, and I'm calling in for item number 12.3. I think the City Council should oppose this ordinance, and the City Manager should not get a raise. I think it's very inappropriate that the City Manager gets a cost of living raise and contributions to their health care plan when so much of the community cannot afford to live here and does not have health insurance. I would like to see that money go towards the communities that need it. I think it's likely that this ordinance passes anyway. So, Mr. City Manager, you have the choice with your money, what to do with it. You could donate it to local organizations and people who need it. In fact, the Movement for Black Lives is calling this not Cyber Monday, but Reparations Monday. Here's some of the lists of demands for the reparations. Maybe you don't know about this. Maybe you can use this money to help people who need it. They demand reparations for the systemic denial of access to high-quality educational opportunities in the form of full and free access for all Black people, including undocumented and currently and formerly incarcerated people, to lifetime education, including free access and open admissions to public community colleges and universities, technical education, trade, technology, and agricultural, educational support programs, retroactive forgiveness of student debt loans, and support for lifetime learning programs. 2, reparations for the continued divestment from, discrimination toward, and exploitation of their communities in the form of guaranteed minimum livable income for all Black people with clearly articulated corporate regulations. 3, reparations for the wealth extracted from their communities through environmental racism, slavery, food apartheid, housing discrimination, and racialized capitalism in the form of corporate and government reparations focused on healing ongoing physical and mental trauma and ensuring their access and control of food sources, housing, and land. 4, reparations for the cultural and educational exploitation, erasure, and extraction of their communities in the form of mandated public school curriculums that critically examine the political, economic, and social impacts of colonialism and slavery, and funding to support, build, preserve, and restore cultural assets and sacred sites to ensure the recognition and honoring of their collective struggles and triumphs. 5, legislation at the federal and state level that requires the United States to acknowledge the lasting impacts of slavery, establish and execute a plan to address those impacts. This includes the immediate passage of H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act, or subsequent versions which call for reparation remedies. Those are their demands. There are many, 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 many resources online and communities that could use the help. Maybe you could donate all of your raise to those communities. Maybe you could donate more.
Okay, that concludes the voice message public comments.
Okay, thank you for that, facilitating that process. Vice Mayor Fleming, this is your item.
Indeed. I will move items 12.1 through 12.5 and item 12.7.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, 12.1 through 12.5 and 12.7, seconded by Mr. Rogers. Any additional questions? Mr. Tibbetts, is your hand up? Go ahead.
Yes, it is. Thanks, Mayor. Quick question for Sue. Sue, on item 12.7, in the event that traffic spills over into the public right-of-way, such as Highway 12, do we have legal resource to provide right to cure? Or notice to cure, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm not understanding the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring up old business. It's relating to 12.7. It's the Starbucks. Right. Our last meeting, Ernesto brought up the reality of the drive-throughs that Starbucks have in terms of impacts. And I took a drive to Starbucks on Farmers Lane and saw that there were not 11 cars there. There was probably over 20 in a very long line. And then, you know, looking at that over off Highway 12, I do have concerns that it could go into Highway 12 being a significant public right-of-way. And I'm not wanting to stop the coffee shop from moving forward, but I am curious that if we start noticing that there is a drive-through line going into Highway 12, do we have any legal recourse to get them to comply, whether it's through a cease and desist, notice to cure, to get out of the public right-of-way?
Yes, we do have a number of different avenues. We have enforcement of the conditions of their approval. Okay. If it becomes a nuisance, we have avenues to pursue that. So yes, we do have avenues to address any potential problems.
Great, thank you so much. I'm comfortable moving forward.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, you have a question also?
Yeah, just as a follow-up, Sue, because there is a number of areas, not just that one, but there's also an additional area on Mendocino Avenue in the Vice Mayor's district that has a significant impact. How would one make that complaint and have that corrected?
If you wish to make a complaint of any violation of either conditions of approval of any business or that the business is operating in a manner that has created a public nuisance, I would start by referring your complaint over to PED, and in particular to code enforcement and to the planning department, planning section.
Is that it, Mr. Rogers? Okay, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I noticed the same thing that a couple of the other council members noticed on Farmers Lane with Starbucks, and because I live in that area and drive by that intersection often, I know that the problems began pretty closely to the inability of people to be able to go inside the building. I expect that problem to continue throughout until these restrictions are lifted. So my guess is things will normalize after that, but I believe they will continue to be an issue. It was one of my concerns with moving with this particular item was that stacking issue and the traffic study. And I do expect it to continue to be a problem until the restrictions are lifted. And then it will, my guess is it will normalize. But that could be a while.
Thank you. And I would just offer, because I too in my district have a similar situation, but what the local business did was just rerouted it so it stayed on their property and no longer affected the roadway. So there are some solutions out there. So thank you for providing that information, Ms. Gallagher. Okay, Vice Mayor Fleming, were you gonna make a comment or?
I was gonna make a comment and then I have a question for the council. So my comment is I think Mr. Rogers is referring to the Dutch Brothers only about 100 feet outside of his district. But at any rate, you know, we can start arguing is the line in the middle of the street but anyway, that Dutch Brothers, you know, I don't know, you know, how you cure something like that, aside from posting somebody outside all day, every day to make it stop. So, so my question to the council is, could I see a straw poll if people would like me to pull item 12.7 for a separate vote? Okay, a lot of oomph behind our questions there. So with that,
I was just going to say, I'm fine with sticking with my aye vote, recognizing that I'm the tiebreaker. I just needed to hear from Sue that if it starts, you know, impeding traffic, then I want to know that the government has some leverage there to go in and correct the action.
I'll just state my experience on Mendocino is that we may have the power, but I don't know that we have the capacity.
Okay, Mr. Olivares, final comments? Oh, you're muted.
I did want to mention that I did oppose this the last time, but I did consider the fact that we do have longer lines right now during COVID. So I'm going to be supporting this as it moves forward.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dowd?
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Olivares?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Vice Mayor, you have one more?
Yep, and this, I will now move item 12.6.
Second.
Motion on item 12.6 by the Vice Mayor, second by Mr. Sawyer. Could we do a roll call vote, please?
You, Councilmember Dowd?
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Oh, I'm sorry, he's recusing. Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Olivares?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts is recusing.
Okay, thank you. Item 13, we are now taking public comments on item 13, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9. We'll take 10 speakers under item 13. If we have more than 10 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 17, non-agenda matters, to provide public comment. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment on item 13?
Mayor will do. As you can see, there is a timer before you for the convenience of the audience and those participating in the Zoom council meeting. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. When the countdown begins, please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. The first public comment will be from Doran and followed by Mike. Doran, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Doran Amaran. I'm here representing the Climate Center and here to speak on behalf of a request from one of our members, a supporting organization founded in Santa Rosa, which is Y Green Energy Fund. Y Green Energy Fund is an important provider of PACE financing for renewable energy and resilience projects. And I'd like to strongly urge the City Council to expedite the approval of Y Green's PACE program before the end of the year for a number of important reasons. First of all, local government should enable sound and reliable financing solutions like Y Green to small and medium businesses. I know that there are a number of small businesses currently in the pipeline, and they could use access to this funding in order to proceed with their renewable energy and resilience projects. This is especially important during the pandemic when liquidity and access to financing is tight. Many of these projects represent the same needs of our local business members that the Climate Center supports, like the installation of solar and the hardening of businesses and facilities against wildfires and the like. I appreciate any urgency that the council can bring to this matter. I know it's currently scheduled to be taken up in February, but for a number of reasons that my 3 minutes don't necessarily allow me to go into, it would be vastly advantageous to those local businesses if that financing could be approved sooner. And in order for that to happen, we do request that the Santa Rosa City Council move forward. Y Green was founded in Santa Rosa. They operate all over the state and indeed around the country. I personally know the people there. They're great folks. And I'm happy on behalf of the Climate Center to put in our word to help them perhaps convince you to expedite their application in the city of Santa Rosa. And with that, I conclude my comments and thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Mike. Mike, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I've unmuted my microphone and I can see the timer. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Mr. Mayor, fellow council members and staff, my name is Mike Lemire. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. I live in the Skyhawk community, Northeast Santa Rosa. I'm a senior vice president at Y Green Energy Fund and appreciate the last speaker's comments and I'm here to echo that sentiment and ask that you consider expediting the approval of Y Green. I will speak on more of a personal note, having been a founding member of the team here in 2010 and have been very gratified and proud to work with this organization and hundreds of your peers around the country in nearly 700 cities and counties. I've seen the company and helped guide the company grow from just 5 of us to an employer of over 300 people. We're the largest provider of property assessed clean energy funding in the U.S. and have driven many environmental and economic and community benefits in providing critical funding to over 90,000 individuals and homeowners and small business owners. You know, there are a lot of reasons why you consider, approving another PACE provider and in fact, acting with urgency as soon as the next council meeting. But I'll give you 3 ones that really hit home for many of us that live in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. One is wildfire resiliency, whether you're rebuilding or your home that unfortunately lost a fire or strengthening existing one. Residents really need access to affordable financing, and that's really at the heart of what Y Green does, and have provided over $2 billion in private capital to do so. In addition to focusing on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and water conservation. 2 is jobs. PACE is a proven driver of good paying and local jobs. Supporting the contractor trades in both commercial and residential sectors. Y Green is fueled over 40,000 new job years. Like I said, good paying local jobs in the trades. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to do it here in Santa Rosa. And that's one other reason why we ask for urgency. And then finally, the COVID impact, the economic impact on many individuals and businesses. that have interrupted their access to financing and credit markets. For these and many other reasons, we respectfully ask you to approve with urgency this program, and we look forward to working with you and the many community members in years to come. Thank you very much for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mike. Again, this is for public comment on item 13, non-agenda matters. Raise your hand now via Zoom if you wish to make a public comment, or dial *9 if participating via phone. Mayor, I don't see any additional hands being raised for non-agenda matters. Are you okay if I move along to the voice message public comment?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Item 13, public comment on non-agenda items. Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. A few years ago, the city of Santa Rosa finally annexed the last portions of Roseland that they had created a county island over 25 years ago. The first thing they did was come in and raise taxes on some folks, and then as a little assuagement, if you will, they paved a small portion of road known as Roseland Avenue. Roseland Avenue, the namesake of the neighborhood there at Sebastopol Road. Down at Hughes Avenue, perhaps the most beat up road in all of Santa Rosa, they didn't get to getting that taken care of until recently. They paved the half of the eastern portion of the road, just half of it, and left the other half all beat up still. People think you're doing that as a retaliation or a retribution for those Roseland folks pointing out the duplicity of city staff and the nature of the Recreation and Parks Department involved in nefarious dealings. I think it's just an oversight. How about you show the people of Roseland you really care about them and come back out there and get that paving done on Hughes Avenue while the weather's good. And also, go back to Roseland Avenue and kick off all of those bums that are living up there on the street in beat-up RV vehicles with no license plates on them, trucks full of trash and debris with expired license registrations. They're on the western side of Roseland Avenue near the Highway 12. It's really important that you show Roseland you got some concerns for us, because essentially most folks think you're just, well, taking the money from the county and not living up to your requirements, and staff laughing all the way to the bank with their fat pay and not caring. So I know you could show us better than that. Show us some love for the holiday. Merry Christmas to you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on item 13.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to, we're going to take our break because I believe 14.1 will be a lengthy discussion. So why don't we take a 15-minute break? We'll reconvene at 5:40. Reconvene at 5:40. Madam City Clerk, are we ready to reconvene?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, we'll reconvene the Santa Rosa City Council meeting of December 1st. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Dowd? Councilmember Dowd? Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming, I'm sorry.
Here.
Okay, let me check. Councilmember Dowd, have you joined us?
I am with you now.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, thank you. Mr. McGlynn, item 14.1. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. 14.1, report ordinance introduction, open government ordinance. Sue Gallagher, city attorney, leading us off.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm and council members. We are going to be...
Before you start, if I could just, I'll let the council members know, we will be taking 3 breaks for questions after slide 19, slide 24, and slide 32. And it'll make sense with the presentation the city attorney is about to present with us. Sorry for the interruption, Sue.
No problem. Thank you for noting that. I appreciate it. So we're here this evening to bring the proposed open government ordinance to you. It has been a long time in coming to the council. And also with me this evening is Magali Tellis, our Community Engagement Director, Danielle Garduno, Community Engagement Coordinator, and Stephanie Williams, our City Clerk. And they may also want to weigh in on different elements of the ordinance. So I appreciate having the opportunity to work with all of them on this project and welcome their input as well. So this evening we'll walk through the key elements, the highlights of the proposal and its key elements, and we'll identify a few decision points for the council. I recognize that this is a long presentation, and I will try to be as efficient as possible, but I do recognize that many of these provisions will have significant implications for the public, for your council, and for city staff as well. Next slide. So these first few slides will set the stage, the values that we seek to implement, the balancing that's required, and the history of how we got here. So we're here today with an intent to invite strong and effective public participation in our city government, to expand opportunities, to facilitate public participation, and to reach beyond the minimum requirements of state law to best engage our diverse community. And the essential principles are highlighted in the Open Government Task Force report and in the work of the subcommittee over the last year and a half. And they include a high value on public engagement, a strong focus on two-way communication between the government and our community, and open, transparent municipal services, and a government that honors the community and invites participation and collaboration. Next slide. So openness is strength, and that is a theme that runs throughout these efforts. But at the same time, we do recognize that there is a need to balance expectations responsibly. The city government can be pulled in so many different directions. And as stated in the proposed ordinance itself, we need to balance our efforts to ensure that the city's operational team can continue to act effectively and nimbly to meet its civic obligations. Next slide. So how did we get here? As I mentioned at the beginning, this has been a long process. The Open Government Task Force was formed in early 2014. It was comprised of a diverse group of dedicated and informed residents, met on a regular basis over the course of the year, and issued its report in December of 2014. And I know in the past, but I'll again repeat that we appreciate all the work of those residents. The report included a series of recommendations to improve the openness and transparency of Santa Rosa municipal government and to strengthen community involvement and engagement. The adoption of a sunshine ordinance was one of those recommendations, just one of those recommendations. This is we're finally bringing it forward to the full council, and I will note that a number of the other recommendations of the task force have already been implemented. With respect to the Sunshine Ordinance, we're now calling it the Open Government Ordinance, as easier to understand for folks. The full council considered the draft ordinance initially in 2016 and determined to refer it to a council subcommittee for more detailed consideration. So the Open Government Task Force Implementation Subcommittee was formed. Councilmember Rogers chaired the committee throughout its work, and he was joined by Council Members Olivares and Councilmember Sawyer as well. It was a very strong team and worked carefully and diligently for all of these meetings. So the committee for almost a year met in monthly meetings. We met in different locations across town and walked through each step of the ordinance, very carefully reviewing and revising different sections, discussing their implications, discussing different options. We had a brief pause, and then the subcommittee reconvened just this last October to consider final questions. And now we're here before the full council. Next slide. So now we'll turn to the elements of the ordinance itself. There are 5 key elements that we'll go over this evening. There are a set of enhanced agenda requirements. There are new standards for translations, both of agenda materials and translations at meetings. There are a series of recommendations for management of our public meetings. There are increased access to public records and to data that's generated by the city. And then there's enhanced provisions for enhanced education for both the community and for city staff. We'll walk through these 5 elements. Before we begin, I want to note that this subcommittee is currently recommending that all of these new requirements apply, at least initially, only to the city council itself. Essentially, running this as a pilot program with the council. And if the provisions turn out to be effective and efficient, then we'll look at the potential of expanding the provisions of the ordinance to cover other city boards, commissions, and committees. I also want to note, although we're going to focus on these 5 key elements, there are many other details that are included in the ordinance, and we just don't have an opportunity to go through all of those details this evening. But those details are less controversial, many just as impactful, but many just not as controversial or is not as needing of highlighting. So, next slide. We'll begin with the expanded agenda requirements. These requirements are intended to supplement and enhance the requirements of the Brown Act, so they go beyond what the Brown Act requires. And the requirements address, both the contents of the agenda and also the timing of the posting of agendas. So we begin with the contents, the new requirements for agenda contents. First, each agenda, both the preliminary agenda and the final agenda, must include a brief, meaningful description. And that's defined as a description that is sufficiently clear and specific to alert a person of average intelligence and education of the general substance and significance of the item. The description must include a statement of the recommended action or a statement that the item is for information only. The agenda must include a statement of the anticipated budget impacts. The ordinance proposes that the agenda also include a link to prior council actions on the item. And the ordinance provides that the agendas, all of the agendas, must be published in both English and Spanish. Next slide. The ordinance also sets forth a series of requirements for the timing of the posting of the preliminary, posting of all of the agendas. The proposed ordinance provides for an earlier posting of the preliminary agenda, an earlier posting of supporting documents, an earlier posting of the final agenda, and then the ordinance also includes a description of the exceptions to those posting requirements. Those would be the grounds for relief for those deadlines. Next slide. So we start with the preliminary agenda, and before we talk about the current proposals for timing of the posting of the preliminary agenda, I just wanted to give a little bit of brief background on the origins of that requirement. The current requirement is the result of a settlement that was entered into between the city and the Sierra Club in 1994. The settlement terms were then incorporated into Santa Rosa's early council agenda policy, policy number 00035. That policy was adopted in 1999. And that policy provides one, the council agendas are to be posted 9 days prior to the council meeting, which we do. Two, that staff reports are to be made public at the same time. This element has actually proven to be quite difficult under our current procedures. Three, the policy includes exceptions that you can be exempted from the 9-day posting requirement upon a finding of good cause. And then the policy does clarify that it's applicable only to the regularly scheduled meetings of the council. It's not applicable to special or emergency meetings, nor is it applicable to closed sessions. I thought too, it was important to note both of these documents because the Open Government Task Force referenced both of these documents as it set forth its own recommendations. Next slide. For each of these timing requirements for the preliminary agenda, the supporting documents, and the final agenda, I'm going to provide a comparison of what is required under state law under the Brown Act, what is the existing requirement or practice, what was the recommendation of the task force, and then finally, what does this ordinance propose? So with respect to the preliminary agenda, Brown Act does not have a requirement for a preliminary agenda. And in fact, it's relatively rare for preliminary agendas to be posted or required by local policy, but there are some instances where there is that requirement. Our existing requirement under the council policy is to post the preliminary agenda 9 calendar days before the council meeting. If you count back from a Tuesday, that means the posting has to happen on a Sunday. We, in fact, as a matter of practice, post it on the Thursday before the Tuesday meeting, given that also the RDOs may fall in there as well. So we currently post more than the 9 calendar days. The recommendation of the task force was to post the preliminary agenda 12 calendar days before the council meeting. This would actually match up with our current practice of posting on the Thursday before the Tuesday meeting. In the proposed ordinance would move that posting date essentially a week earlier. So it would require that we post the preliminary agenda 12 business days before the council meeting. So next slide. We put together a sample calendar just to give something to visualize these dates. So for January, February, if we had a council meeting scheduled for February 2nd, we would be posting, currently, we would be required to post the agenda, preliminary agenda on Friday, January 22nd. Under the task force recommendation would have us post the preliminary agenda the day before on Thursday, the 21st. And in fact, that would be our standard practice. And the proposed ordinance would push that back a week and have us publish the preliminary agenda on Thursday, January 14th. I also note for this calendar and the next that I have that these are just the posting deadlines. So these do not take into account behind the scenes works, including the time that's required now for translation into Spanish. Next slide. The timing of when do supporting documents get posted online. Under the Brown Act, we're required to provide any supporting documents when we provide those documents to the council. Let me back up a little bit. Supporting documents are defined under the ordinance as both materials that are prepared by staff and correspondence and materials that are submitted by members of the public through a designated portal and received at least one day prior to the meeting. Our existing practice is that we post the supporting documents with the final agenda. The task force recommends that we post the supporting documents 12 calendar days prior to the council meeting. In other words, they would be posted with the preliminary agenda. And then the proposal of the proposed ordinance suggests that we add the supporting documents to the preliminary agenda as the documents become available. That was in recognition of the difficulties of having all the materials finalized 12 calendar days or under the proposed ordinance, it would be 2.5. We would have to have all of the supporting documents finalized 2.5 weeks before the preliminary agenda is posted. This does mean by adding the supporting documents to the preliminary agenda as they become available and are finalized, it does mean that we have an ongoing update to the ordinance from the time that the preliminary agenda is posted until the final agenda is posted. Next slide. So now the timing of the final agenda. Brown Act requires that we post a final agenda 72 hours before the council meeting. Our existing requirement is the requirement of the Brown Act. So to post 72 hours before the council meeting, again, we post earlier than that, but that is the requirement. And the task force recommendation is that the final agenda get posted 5 calendar days before the council meeting. That is consistent with our current practice. Finally, the proposed ordinance would move that back and we would be required to post the final agenda 4 business days before the council meeting. This would mean we would be posting on Wednesday, assuming that there was no holiday that intervened. Next slide. And here's a calendar again, meeting again on February 2nd. Currently, the requirement is to post on Friday, January 29th. The task force would place publication on Thursday, the 28th. And the proposed ordinance would have us post the final agenda on a Wednesday, the 27th. Next slide. So the summary of what's proposed under the new ordinance, assuming no holidays, so we post the preliminary agenda 2.5 weeks prior to the council meeting. Assuming no holidays, we would post the final agenda on the Wednesday prior to the council meeting. And we would have ongoing posting of supporting documents, again, from the time the preliminary agenda is posted until the final agenda is posted. I'll note too that in comparison with other jurisdictions, for example, the county does proceed under the Brown Act alone. Many other jurisdictions do as well. So we currently run about a week behind the Board of Supervisors. Under the new ordinance, we would run 2 weeks behind the Board of Supervisors, and more if there was a holiday. But as the subcommittee discussed, there's a balancing of, yes, this will bring us a slower pace, but it does provide additional time for public access and review. So that's the balancing that you'll need to look at. Next slide. There are significant operational impacts to these changes in scheduling. And I know that the city manager would also like to weigh in here as well. I'd like to review this slide and the next before I hand it over to the city manager and some of his team. So this calendar is prepared by our city clerk, includes the new posting dates, and includes a provision for Spanish translation. Spanish translation under our current contracts requires between 48 and 72-hour turnaround. So it does add a couple of additional days to the schedule. So again, working from that same council meeting on February 2nd, under the new schedule, staff reports would be due into Legistar on January 5th. So almost a month earlier. The city clerk would prepare the preliminary agenda, and agenda review would propose to be held on Monday, January 11th. And that afternoon, the preliminary agenda would have to be finalized and sent out for translation. Posting of the preliminary agenda on January 14th, and then the beginning of the adding of supporting documents. Final agenda review meeting on January 18th. Here, January 18th happens to be a holiday, so we'd have to adjust that date. And then send out for translation on January 21st and publication on January 27th for the February 2nd meeting. Next slide. So this slide is entitled Exceptions, and I'll get into that after the city manager has an opportunity to weigh in. But I just wanted to point out that the staff does have some concerns about the additional week or week and a half added to the process. The concerns about how it may slow some of the critical business of the city, and in particular, concerns about time-sensitive grant applications, time-sensitive contracts, time-sensitive emergent issues, and time-sensitive appeals, and the need to coordinate with some of our partner agencies. Before I move into the details of the exceptions that are allowed under the ordinance, I will hand it over to City Manager McGlynn.
So just briefly, Council, I'd ask that the team, if Stephanie or Dina can promote Claire Hartman to the panelists, because I think she'll give you the example of the chief concern, which is your ability, the council's ability to address timeliness as it relates to certain activity. I just want to turn it over to Claire to cite an example. As you saw, there was a list of concerns that staff brought forward. I think a lot of that is driven by the desire to meet the needs of the community and meet the needs of the council. And those are some of the things you need to take into balance and consideration. But a specific example, I'm going to turn it over to Claire to illustrate some of staff's concerns. Claire?
Thank you and good evening. Essentially what we're looking at is, in practical terms, we're adding a couple of weeks to the process. So as you know, quite a bit of work goes on behind the scenes with any items, particularly items that run through our public process, that go through, say, the Design Review Board or the Planning Commission, and then on to the City Council. So right now, on average, the fastest we could ever move an item from Planning Commission to the City Council is about a month or 30 days. That's really where we only have a few days to really turn something around. And we do that when we have grant deadlines or there's appeals and we want to act quickly. Otherwise, what we're looking at is on average, it's about a month and a half between the two decision-making bodies. And that is a bit of time for applicants to have to work with. And if that's further delayed because of complications of analysis or we're working through some issues that have come up between the boards, then that can add additional time. So essentially what we're looking at, if something was acted on this week, for example, by Design Review Board or Planning Commission, instead of looking at the 1st of January, we probably will be looking towards February. And that's just the nature of this. So we can do it. We'll always make our deadlines eventually. But the impact is really on our applicants. It's an additional 2 weeks to their timeline. And as you know, we've been working with a lot of housing applicants, and they are really leveraging lots of different financing to make their housing work. And so it's not uncommon for them to say that, 2 weeks is critical for them. So it will have an impact. What we'll end up doing is educating them early on in the process so they can build that into their time schedule. And then I think it's important to note the exceptions. They do come up, they will come up. So one thing to consider is the wording upon which you're adopting in the ordinance to make sure that you have the leverage as a city council to allow for exceptions. But certainly for grants that the city is applying for, that comes up regularly. We recently had a grant opportunity and we had 30 days to respond. So this timeline would not accommodate the city to apply for a grant that we would want. So we'd want to make sure that the language does support some exceptions to the timeline. And that's it.
Thank you, Claire. And I'll move forward now unless the city manager has anything further. If I can go back to the PowerPoint. So yes, these are some of the reasons that we want to allow some variations from the schedule. So the proposed ordinance does include exceptions that would allow us to bring things more quickly when needed. So next slide. So this is the exception for items that were not placed on the preliminary agenda, but have come up after the preliminary agenda was posted or there was some reason that it could not be on the preliminary agenda. So those items may be placed on the final agenda, but no action may be taken on those items unless there is an affirmative vote of 6 council members or a unanimous vote if less than 6 council members are present, and a finding of good cause. And if we go to the next slide, good cause is defined. It's defined as a result of exceptional circumstances beyond the control of the council. Compliance with the 12-day requirement would impose a substantial burden on the city's ability to conduct its business or result in a prejudice to a private person. So again, either a substantial burden on the city's ability to conduct its business or a prejudice to a private person. Now, this exception is based on the language of the Sierra Club settlement and language that was incorporated into Council Policy 000-35. And the only addition that was made now in the proposed ordinance is that the requirement that if we are going to ask to exercise this exception, that the staff provide a detailed explanation of why the item could not be included in the agenda and why the materials could not be provided in advance. So this exception, again, it's existing with that one addition. it includes a two-step process of the council meeting, and we have used this in the past. The council by vote must first determine whether there's good cause to hear the item, make the finding of good cause, and then if that determination is made by a 4/5 vote, then the council may move forward with the item. Currently, it's used rarely. I think since I've been city attorney, we've used it maybe 2-3 times. And I would suspect that if we move back the date of the posting of the preliminary injunction as is proposed, that we might anticipate that this clause may be invoked more often. Next slide. And actually, if I can go back on that, there currently the language of the council policy has weird, odd numbers in terms of what the vote requirement is, requiring 5 affirmative votes if there are 7 council members present, and unanimous if less than 7. So you have an odd result there. We've cleaned that up so that it requires the vote of 6 council members, or unanimous if 6 or fewer council members are present. The confusion was based on that the settlement was drafted when there were only 5 council members on the council. Okay, next slide. So exceptions for the final agenda, if there is an item that was not on the final agenda, but the council wants to consider it, there are 3 instances that the council can consider. All of these are existing provisions in the Brown Act. So there are no new exceptions suggested in the ordinance, but it is worth looking at what the existing exceptions are. So you can consider an item that's not on the final agenda if a majority of the city council votes and finds that there's an emergency, poses a severe threat to public health or safety, or there's a 2/3 vote of the council that there, quote, there is a need to take immediate action, and that the need for action came to the attention of the city subsequent to the posting of the final agenda. Or the 3rd exception is that the item was continued from a prior meeting of the council occurring within the last 5 calendar days. These exceptions are used very rarely, but they do get used. I do not anticipate that we would be invoking these exceptions significantly more often if the move is simply 1 day earlier of the posting of the final agenda. So the next slide would be moving us into translation requirements. And I know the mayor, as the mayor indicated, this may be an opportune time for you to ask any questions that you have with regard to either the background materials or the timing of the preliminary agenda, sorry about that, the posting of supporting documents or the posting of the final agenda.
Great. Thank you for that presentation so far. Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to ask a couple of questions related to the 2 examples that Ms. Hartman gave. The first on the development issue, where there's the timing gap between the Planning Commission and the City Council. Is there anything in the ordinance that actually precludes the City Council from putting an issue on the preliminary agenda pending the approval of the first adjudicating body? So for example, when something gets posted on the Planning Commission agenda, couldn't we also put it on the preliminary agenda pending the approval from the Planning Commission? And then if that doesn't get approved, then you remove it before the final item, or you continue the item at the council meeting?
Yes, I guess there are two scenarios there. One is that if it's an item that is going to come to council by operation of our ordinances, that is absolutely fine. And in fact, we've done that before, where we know we're gonna try to rush something through. No, I shouldn't say rush. We're going to try to expedite something through the process. We will post it on the Planning Commission agenda and also on the council agenda so that we're ready. It's a little more awkward if it's a matter that's going to be appealed, that would come to the council only on appeal. And I think that it is not appropriate to schedule appeal before the appeal is filed.
Okay, then perhaps that is something for the council to consider then as an exception, is if something is appealed, that we keep our normal timeline with the appeal. I think the argument is that we are trying to give people as much notice as possible about these discussions that are taking place. And so I personally would rather err on the side of having to remove things from the preliminary agenda because they didn't get in than holding up and also not giving people the access. As for the second example about grants, that exception is built into this ordinance, correct?
Correct. Because we would find that the posting requirements would be imposing a substantial burden on the city's ability to conduct its business. So that would be incorporated. In terms of posting the appeal, I guess there's a couple of ways to get at that. One is if we determine that there would be a result that not including it in the final agenda would result in a prejudice to a private person or private entity. So that if they had a funding deadline, something to that effect, that's a really, I mean, it has to be something concrete and not simply, we're really eager to get our project going. We could post it under this exception. So if there's a funding issue, if there's some other deadline that they're working under that the delay would prejudice them, then we could move forward on it. To post it on the agenda on the final, or post it on a preliminary agenda before an appeal is filed, again, I think that gets very difficult because that means we are looking at a project and determining whether it's going to be subject to an appeal or not. That's guessing what the other body's going to do.
Right. To be clear, I'm not saying post an appeal on the preliminary agenda. I'm saying a normal process in which it's coming to us where we know that it's coming to us. What I'm also suggesting and throwing out there is if that is actually a concern that I'm hearing from staff, perhaps the council wants to add in some form of language into the ordinance that keeps the current appeal process that we have when things are appealed to the council, and whether or not we'd want to go that direction. So that's why I wanted to throw that out there.
I just want to. You could add you could expand these exceptions. We could try to think of some language to include the particular scenarios into the exceptions. So. I think we'd want to think about that and talk about what do we want to include as additional exceptions and what do we not.
So one of the things that came up, Councilmember Rogers, is in a staff's discussion, because this is leading to it, is with the earlier posting date, there's likely going to be things, because we're required now to post, that are going to get deferred, because right now we run right up on these deadlines. So when we move back, something may appear on the preliminary agenda. And I think staff also had a concern about confusing the public that things are going to get moved because we post early and we're not ready. We're likely going to defer those items. So I just want to also put out staff's concern about, public hearings would obviously be, we would try to keep those because there's a whole other slew of posting requirements, but some of the other items that the council considers, because we may not be prepared because we think we're going to get there, right? But in the reality is we don't get there, those items will get deferred because we're not prepared to do them with early posting requirements. And I think that's some of what Claire was also illustrating is we work right up on the deadlines, and that pushing back these things may seem like it's going to do that, but it could also cause additional confusion.
Yeah, totally understood, Mr. City Manager. And all I was saying is that if I had to choose between people not being aware that something is going to be taken up or people having to wait an additional week where they thought that it was going to be, I was inclined to err on the side of more time for public engagement.
was just going to add one item, and I agree with already what's been said, but the additional consideration about posting the next step in advance, if you will. So if you know it's a rezoning, it's going to Planning Commission and then ultimately to City Council, that's only if the commission forwards a recommendation for approval to move it forward. So one thing that staff has been quite diligent is not to do that, not to be presumptive. It's confusing to the citizens if that you've already scheduled an action that's post the one that they're attending. They think, why are we spending the time at this first hearing if we should be looking at this other date that's already scheduled. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes the intent is great, but it can be more confusing to our community.
Great. Thank you. And Claire, I don't know, you're a little bit softer than everyone else. And looking like my colleagues on council are straining to hear what you're saying. So I don't know if it's a microphone or volume, but FYI. Mr. Tibbetts, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Claire, I just wanted you to reiterate, did I hear you correctly that if you were taking up a project today, that there would not be, just from the design review board, there would not be a decision until February as a result of this ordinance as implemented or as presented? You're on mute. IT difficulties, it looks like.
Try this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So yes, the difference is instead of saying it's happening in December, your first action, and your next action will be in January, we'll probably need to be more closer to February, or at least if it's happening in early December, we're definitely looking at the end of January, beginning of February.
And if we implemented the proposal by Mr. Rogers, that would keep us moving forward as we currently do today, so long as we were just doing these preliminary or presumptive posts that could be taken down or deferred depending upon staff's readiness or the decision of the previous governing body.
Yeah, because the way it really is going to work is the greatest impact in timing is the preliminary agenda, right? That's going to add a week and a half. The final agenda we can work with, that's only adding a few days. And in practical terms for public review items, we're going to bring you the most current information and all the correspondence. So all of that will get posted as we have it, but a lot of that doesn't happen until the end anyway. So that's, practical speaking, is not going to change. But the
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
But the preliminary, it includes the project description, which is what is the item that's going to be before you, but it also includes the recommendation. So, we'll have to work on what can we say if we're that early, or if we're doing that before we even know what the action is or the recommendation is.
Well, I imagine we can meet the 12-day requirement by posting the issue so the public, as Chris stated, becomes aware and is put on notice about the issue, but you can leave out a recommendation or the Planning Commission's recommendation, and that can get posted after the decision.
Yeah, I don't know if that meets the rules for the preliminary agenda.
Right. The ordinance does provide that the agenda does need to identify what a recommendation is. So I do think that probably the better solution is to add an exception for certain types of actions, council actions, with matters that are coming to a public hearing before the council. There are, as city manager pointed out, there are additional noticing requirements under separate laws. So you're not going to get the benefit maybe of the 12 business days beforehand, but you're going to get some benefit from the other types of noticing. Again, I'm very hesitant. I don't have a particular concern of items that are naturally going to come to council by operation of our ordinance. I do have concerns about trying to guess what is a lower body going to do and who might appeal it. Might there be appeal? And to me, posting those online telegraphs concerns that I don't think are appropriate.
Well, I guess here's what I'm struggling with, folks. I'm trying to walk a very careful line about making sure that we are a transparent organization, and I think we are. I mean, we have the Public Records Act that people can do to look at everything as deep as our emails to one another. We have, noticing requirements as they lie today. I can't go out and have dinner with 4 of you and talk about a policy and discuss what we think is the best course of the city. So I do feel like the public has pretty significant protections in place. There's a lot that I like about this ordinance. I think we are so behind the curve on posting in Spanish. I'm thrilled to see that incorporated as part of this. I like what I believe, and I don't want to speak for Mayor Scott Bartley or Ernesto or John, who were, part of that council, but I got to believe that the impetus of the Open Government Task Force was to just increase the public noticing about significant projects and probably development projects, because those seem to be the ones that kind of increase scrutiny and ire from the public if there isn't sufficient noticing. What I would hate to see us do tonight is undo the progress that our staff has made, that Claire has made, David Ewan, Jason Nutt, Sean, everybody over the last 4 years about reducing our development timelines. And what I heard Claire say tonight is that's exactly what we're about to do. So I hope that the council can be really, really careful in looking at exemptions. And I don't know if it's that we find a balance about noticing public issues better than this council may have done in the past, but I hope we don't undo years of progress tonight.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer, your hand was up. Did you have a question or was it answered? Okay, Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, where I was going with this is that, I think what I'm hearing from staff might be like a false binary between this idea of potentially advanced posting and the assumption that it will confuse our residents, and the example of, it holding up a housing project, which I think our staff knows is incredibly important to the council. And so I was wondering if, we couldn't go forward with potentially noticing, potential for possible appeal. I understand that, this can be incredibly confusing, but if we were worried about confusing the public, we sure have a heck of a lot of work to do, because half the time I read an agenda, I'm confused by what is on it. And, it's not as though like we write these things in, in lay speak. So, if we want to put something as a placeholder, we can just be very clear. Hey, it's a placeholder for a potential outcome so that you have this advanced knowledge. And then we don't have to pull in this sort of potential like boogeyman of holding up development of housing. So I don't know if that's a possibility. I understand the concern around being presumptive, and I respect that concern. I think that we can be explicit in that it is simply a placeholder.
May I just respond quickly? Is what we would need to do is to amend the provisions of what's included in the preliminary agenda. If we want to have that preliminary agenda be able to be just a placeholder that says we're reserving this time in case there's an appeal of this particular project or this particular item, because the way that this is written, we have to include, a fairly significant identification of the description of the item. We have to include the recommendation. We have to include the budget implications. We have to include past council actions. And so, those pieces can be put together in different ways. When we get to the final agenda, those items really do need to be in there, or many of them need to be in there under the Brown Act. But in the preliminary agenda, you do have more flexibility. And again, I just want to remind too that our current practice is that we are posting the 12 days in advance, calendar days. But what this does is it adds the week for business days and then adds a few more days for the translation. So it's about another week and a half that things get slowed.
Okay, that's the extent of my comments or questions on that matter. Mayor, I think you're muted.
Okay, Mr. Dowd.
As I've listened to this presentation, I certainly respect and admire all the work that's gone into it, but I honestly believe this concept, if enacted without an awful lot of stipulations that give the city council and staff some room to maneuver, it's going to slow things down immensely in the process as a typical faction. And I cannot support this as it sits being presented to us today because I don't think this community, while I absolutely support being transparent and open about what we're trying to do, I also believe that we need to be effective and efficient and helpful in moving things through the process as our responsibility is at the city council. My comments.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Right now, I'll just limit my comment to what we've been talking about as far as the preliminary agenda and the concept of anticipating the potential for an appeal. Excuse me. If I was an applicant and I saw that on a preliminary agenda, I think I would be considering calling my attorney. I mean, I understand the intention, but unless we put that placeholder on every single item that comes from the Planning Commission of any import, then it would suggest that our staff has decided that this particular item is worthy of an appeal. I think it would be confusing. And even though it would help inform that there's a potential for an appeal, I think it suggests that there might be one. And we know how things work as a council, and there are some, and the applicants looking for going to the various bodies to get their projects through the process. They understand the process, but if there was an item on a preliminary agenda that suggested as a placeholder for an appeal, I think that would be a tipping the hand of the staff. They would have to decide to do it. They would have to make the decision on what items may or may not have this potential for an appeal. So I think it's dangerous. Even though the transparency is so important, but I think that kind of suggestion, it looks like a suggestion and or a potential that might be a problematic for me to support that particular piece. And I'll have other comments about the preliminary agenda and the difficulties that this presents later when we start making our comments. But I'll leave it there.
Yes. So any more questions? Mr. Rogers?
I'll save it. I was going to offer a compromise, but I'll save it till the end.
Thank you. I think maybe a few more of those as we hear more of the presentation. Mr. Tibbetts, did you have any more? Your hand is still up. Are you?
I don't have one. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from council?
Sorry, Tom, I actually do. I'm sorry. The 12 days, I heard in the presentation that it's a result of a lawsuit, excuse me, from the Sierra Club. Is that how we arrived at that number? And in Claire or to the presenters, is there any number? Because I think you're going to see from this council that we're going to want to balance our desire to increase transparency to the public, because as their representatives, we have an obligation to do that. But as Dick said, we really can't slow down the gears of the city. I mean, because I got to say, the two comments I hear from the public most is, you guys aren't transparent enough and you don't do anything, you're slow. And it's like this ordinance in an odd way kind of ties our hands in both regard. So Claire, would a reduction in days, I mean, could we be better without being, overly burdensome to you and your staff?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney because that was a settlement agreement.
Right. The settlement agreement, as incorporated into the council policy, it provides for a 12 calendar day posting of a preliminary agenda, and that is what we do. So that is the current practice. The subcommittee's discussion led to the proposal to shift from calendar days to business days. By doing that, it does add another week effectively to the agenda because of the week, because we meet on a Tuesday, so you're adding 2 weekends in there. So that was the evolution of the 12 business days as opposed to 12 calendar days.
Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
All right, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Going through the slideshow, the slide 3 made a comment of fiscally and environmentally sustainable. My question is about the fiscally sustainable. When the staff report said the financial or fiscal impact of the implementation of this ordinance is unknown at this point. It seems like, how do you reconcile those? What's this going to cost if it were to be implemented?
And we do not have those numbers currently. We have not had the opportunity to really delve down into evaluating what the cost is. I know we talked at the subcommittee about additional staffing requirements. We have costs of translation. There are going to be other costs you'll see as we go through of other elements that will trigger, again, need for staffing or a need for additional resources. And I don't know if the city manager would like to add to that.
The only thing I would add is it's hard to forecast. I mean, some of this is procedural, and it feels like it's moving existing requirements back. I mean, that's why translation services is more quantifiable, but the actual moving back, it's uncertain what that impact at this point will be. I think that's part of the struggle staff's having is we don't know fully what the impacts will be, and we're guessing at some of this, and I think that leads to some of the anxiety. Is we're not 100% sure what the result of this is going to be. So it is some unknowns. We already do some of the translation services. It's just codifies that translation services and again puts it at the front as when you get into the next part of the. I don't think it's going to add substantial cost. It just regularizes the procedure, right? And so, but that is more quantifiable than some of the other issues that we're trying to wrestle with this evening.
Right. And, for me, being 100% support for the translation services, my bigger concern is what we've talked about with this agenda and the amount of staff and what they're doing. Plus, and I know later on in the presentation, we'll have the PRA request, and how those get processed and those timelines. So, Mr. City Manager, what would be the process that we would follow at the end of tonight's meeting? At some point, the dollar amount needs to come to us because we're going to have to prove that. Do you have a timeline as to how long you would anticipate?
So we would be looking at what the immediate impacts were, and then we would come back with a budget to correspond to that. Some of this is, we're already going to be increasing the clerk staffing. We're in the process of increasing the clerk staffing requirements. But again, a lot of this impacts, the PRA aside, a lot of this impacts just how we're pushing back timetables on existing staff. So again, we're not trying to be obtuse about it. We're learning as we go here. There's no real model around the state. Nobody else is doing this work. I mean, we're way out. We're heading into territory that's pretty unknown. We don't have another jurisdiction that we can specifically model and ask these questions of. So we're learning as we go.
Okay, thank you. And Sue, now I want to put you on the spot. Mr. Tibbetts started asking about the Sierra decision that led us to our current timing.
Sure.
Sometimes it's helpful to understand, how did we get here? Do you know what the circumstances that led us to this 9 or 12 calendar day requirement back in 1994?
Sure, it's a 9-day requirement, and it was a lawsuit about the Santa Rosa Marketplace development, and I don't know what the specifics were that triggered the demand or the request that the settlement include this early agenda process. But I will note, but it is included that the settlement is broader and includes a number of agreements between the Sierra Club and the developer. But then this is also incorporated in that settlement. I will note too, in looking at the other jurisdictions in the Bay Area, there are only a few, but there are about 6 different jurisdictions that have some version of a sunshine ordinance. Not all, some have an early agenda portion, some do not. But those tended to be adopted during that time frame in the late 90s. So, there may have been some efforts along that way at that time. So.
Okay.
But I don't know the specifics of why.
But it's helpful because I think some of the conversations that we've had tonight are probably similar to what they had back in 94 that led to this. So we're in the same ballpark. That was right. What I was hoping to hear. Thank you. Okay. And then on slide 17, it talked about 6 votes. And you mentioned some other ones where there's we're not being consistent. What's the thought process? Because I know usually or my understanding, a supermajority of the council is 5 out of 7. Now all of a sudden we have a 6. And of course, what you said, that one, okay, if there's if they're less than 7, needs to be all 6 of you. But if there's 7, only 5 of you. Is there any thought process as to how we came up with this ordinance being 6 versus just the typical supermajority of 5 out of 7?
Yes, and that does stem from the settlement, and the settlement provides for I'm just checking it. It required a 4/5 vote. Again, at the time, there were just 5 council members, so it required a concurrence of 4 council members or by unanimous vote of fewer than 5. Somehow that got translated oddly into our council policy, so that our council policy, requires a vote of concurrence of 5 council members, but if there are less than 7 present, then it has to be unanimous. So you have this weird, as long as you have 7 people, you only have to have 5 votes. If you had 6, you needed all 6, just an odd response. So I took that the settlement was providing for a 4/5 vote, and the 4/5 vote then translates into it's over 5, so it turns into 6. And that was really at the direction also of the subcommittee. We discussed this issue, and the request was that I put in a number that was consistent with the intent of the settlement agreement.
Interesting. Okay, I'll save further comments as we progress on this. And then my last question was, to use an example, a lot of times the final presentations get uploaded the day, like today's presentation, we got the updated one. If we pass this ordinance, what impact, obviously this happens on a regular basis with us because we want the most updated information. If we go the route of the proposed ordinance, would it have an impact on staff's ability to do just what occurred today during this presentation?
No, there is a provision in the ordinance that allows for updates or corrections or clarifications that would come to council, and the requirement is that those be provided to the public at the same time that they're provided to council. And that is consistent also with the Brown Act. So,
okay, sounds good. Okay, why don't we continue? I think we're on slide 20.
Okay, we'll move to translation requirements, and the translation requirements are in 2 realms, translation of the agendas and then translation for meetings. So next slide. For the agenda, we've already talked about that the agendas will be provided in English and Spanish. In addition, the agendas will be provided in other languages if resident speakers exceed 5% of the city's population. So 5% is the threshold for provision of translated ballot materials under the Voting Rights Act. I will note that under the Voting Rights Act, that 5% threshold is based on the voting age population. Here, the proposal is that it's for a threshold of 5% of the total city population. Again, we discussed this also at the subcommittee, and the notion is that yes, for voting rights, it really impacts people that are of voting age or above. But here, many of the issues and projects and proposals that the council considers are of interest to all of the residents of the city and not simply those who are of voting age. So that was why there was a shift to the 5% of city population rather than 5% of voting aged population. Those are the automatic translation requirements. And then upon request, the agendas are provided in Braille or in large type at no cost for those who are hearing impaired or vision impaired. For vision impaired. And the agendas are provided in languages other than English or Spanish at no cost. And the proposed ordinance does provide some deadlines of when you need to request those translations and when they'll be provided. Next slide. So then the translation requirements for meetings. The ordinance provides that there will be live Spanish translation at all regularly scheduled council meetings. Currently, Spanish translation is provided at staff's discretion. So this will instead mean that we provide Spanish translation at every meeting. The ordinance provides that the final closed captioning will be available in both English and Spanish. I will note that the live closed captioning would be simply in English, would not be required to be in Spanish. But once it's archived, it would be translated into Spanish as well. And then the ordinance provides that telecommunication devices would be provided for speech and hearing impaired upon request, and that's an existing provision as well. I'd also note that at our meetings, the Brown Act does require, and we do comply, that speakers who are speaking in a language other than English be given double the allotted time, speaking time, to allow for a translation. I'll also note that although we're talking about having live translation, Spanish translation at all the regularly scheduled council meetings, the proposal does not include providing a translator for Spanish speakers who are exercising their public comments. So, next slide. We'll move into meeting management. I think we could probably do a group of these slides and then break again for questions. Meeting management. Some of these are already implemented, some are not. The ordinance would require that all meetings that take place in the council chambers would be broadcast. And this would include meetings other than council meetings, but other boards and commissions. So we do note that that will require some additional staffing for meetings that are not currently broadcast. The ordinance provides that we should strive for time-certain scheduling of hearings. It is rare for us to schedule hearings at a time certain. This would encourage that practice. The ordinance provides that we would prioritize public hearings over non-urgent report items. And Mr. Mayor, you have already begun that practice. I know that the order of business is currently set forth in council policies. So if this ordinance is adopted, we would look at those policies and see where they need to be reviewed and adjusted. So the ordinance also encourages the mayor to announce early on any continuances or adjustments to the agenda order. To clarify, the ordinance provides for clarification of closed session disclosures. So additional, it's not really additional, to clarifies the requirements for disclosing the purpose of the closed session beforehand and for reporting out after. But it is still consistent with Brown Act requirements, which we do comply with. And then finally, in relation to the meeting management, it provides for preparation of the Citizens Guidebook to provide information for the public on how to really take advantage of your opportunities to participate in a public meeting. And later in the presentation, I will outline the elements that would be going into the Citizens Guidebook. Next slide. Meeting minutes. The ordinance provides that speaker cards will include an opportunity for speakers to include a one-sentence description of their comments on the speaker card. And the city clerk could then use that sentence when the clerk prepares the minutes. In terms of timing of the minutes, these are pretty straightforward. If there is no video of the meeting available, for example, if the video equipment, there was a failure in the equipment, then the draft minutes would have to be available to the council and to the public no later than 15 business days after the meeting. And then the final approved minutes are to be posted no later than 5 business days after they've been approved by the council. Next slide. I'm just going to move into public records. And Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure, do you want to proceed on or do you want to take a break and ask questions?
Let's stop and just see if we, based on the last group, let's see if there's any questions with this group of questions. Outside of getting clarification, what's a speaker card? I've forgotten what those things are. So let's go back. Council questions. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, all meetings in council chambers will be broadcast. I thought that was all council meetings in council chambers will be broadcast. There are lots of meetings that occur in the council chamber that have nothing to do with policies, governmental policies in Santa Rosa. What is this? Could I get clarification on what that really is saying?
Sure, it is meetings of boards and commissions and committees. It's not just any meeting that takes place, but
okay.
But meetings.
That's what I thought. But that doesn't say that.
Yes,
I mean, it's not quite close enough.
That's a little bit too much of shortcutting in drafting the PowerPoint. So
that's okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much.
Sure. And I will note that this is an area, and actually these later slides do apply more generally and not simply to the city council. Again, the subcommittee's recommendation was to have those early agenda requirements and both substance and posting applicable only to council, kind of as a pilot program to see how it all works out.
Great. Council, any other questions on this portion of the presentation? I do have one regarding the final approved minutes to be posted no later than 5 business days after the approval. Are we meeting that timeline now? I don't know how, that's out of context for me. I don't know when they get posted now after they've been approved.
Mayor, yes, right now we are striving for that. As soon as the council has approved minutes, I have staff finalize those for signature and uploading to the website. We have not, as a matter of course, sent them to the council once they've been signed, but they are published to the website.
Great. Yeah, Norm, I suggest, I want a copy of those, but good. Mr. Rogers, you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just as a quick note, because we did do substantial discussion on this as well, that section that you're asking questions about was a compromise from the original suggestions from the Open Government Task Force. The Open Government Task Force actually did not have the exception in there about if a video is available. And the subcommittee did feel that if you have access to the video, we could remove some of the burden on staff by giving them a little bit of additional leeway to get those done. So I did want to provide some context for the council on why that particular provision was in there.
Great, thank you for that. Seeing no other questions, let's continue with the presentation.
Thank you. And I will note, if I can follow up for a moment on Councilmember Rogers, just his last comment is, yes, the ordinance also requires that the videos be a stamp so that you can link right to a particular item, and we do already do that in place. That is already set in place. So moving to public records, the ordinance designates the city clerk as a public records coordinator. It directs that each department will designate a department representative. It provides for staff training on public records and accommodating public records requests. It also directs for public education about how to request public records. The ordinance provides timeframes and procedures for response to records requests, and it does include a requirement for annual reporting of the number of requests that were received, the results of those requests, and whether there was any appeal. You'll see on the next couple of slides about an appeal. For the most part, these items are already in place. The annual reporting will be expanded. And I also want to note that the Open Government Task Force suggested several additional time requirements for the city's response to public records requests, suggesting that we would be required to confirm receipt of the request within 1 day, provide a response within 3 days if the request was relatively simple. But after really careful consideration of some of the legal issues involved there and some of the logistics issues of deciding what's simple, what's not, you're going to generate more disputes than clarity. The council member did determine to retain the timelines that are in the Public Records Act itself, rather than trying to shorten those timeframes. In fact, the practice is that we do respond as quickly as we can to all of the requests, and the ordinance does obviously direct us to do that. Next slide. The ordinance establishes appeal procedures for those that are dissatisfied with the response to their public records request. And this is a new provision, and it is unusual, I'll note, among public entities. It's a two-step internal process. So step one is an initial complaint form that is submitted to the city clerk. So if the individual or entity has requested public records and is dissatisfied with the response, that is, they believe that the city has failed to produce disclosable records, they may file the complaint with the city clerk. The city clerk, after consultation with the city attorney, is then to make a determination as quickly as possible, but no later than 10 days after receipt of the complaint. The next slide. And then to the step two, if the requester is still not satisfied with the response and the production of documents that were provided, they may file a petition with the city council. That complaint or that petition would be referred to a subcommittee, a council subcommittee for decision. The petition would be heard at the next available subcommittee meeting, and the subcommittee would be responsible for informing the petitioner of its decision within 2 days of the meeting. And again, we would have an annual report of all the appeals that were received and the disposition of those appeals. As you may be aware, the Public Records Act itself also provides a cause of action in Superior Court. These internal procedures would be a prerequisite before a individual or entity could file a claim in the Superior Court challenging a response to a Public Records Act request. Next slide. The proposed ordinance also includes some new requirements for disclosure of data generated by city departments. The ordinance defines data to include, and I quote, facts or statistics gathered or generated by city departments concerning city operations, programs, and projects. All of that data is already available. Well, let me back up. This potentially includes a tremendous amount of data. So if we think about the city as a whole, we've got the data that's generated, all the data that's generated by the water department, by police, by fire, by transportation and public works, including transit, traffic, parks, public works, construction and maintenance, the data that's generated by planning, by building, by housing, engineering, and all of the other departments. So it's a tremendous amount of data that is generated. And unless this data is exempt from disclosure under the Public Records Act or under other federal or state or local law, all of this data is currently available to the public upon request. The proposed ordinance, however, provides that all of this data would be consolidated into a single web portal for ease of access, ease of public access. We are concerned that the amount of data that is generated could place a very significant strain on our website capacity, and the council may want to consider whether to narrow this provision so as to avoid those difficulties, or conversely, look at the cost of upgrading and our systems to be able to handle that amount of data.
And I think additionally, the challenge here, even in the narrowing of the data, is throwing it into a single web portal. Staff just doesn't know what's going to be digestible, because generally that's not how information is disseminated. Generally, we've tried in the past to utilize some key indicators that the city council had wanted us to track on an annual basis and condense that information, whether that was through our recovery work. If we threw all the recovery data on a website, the challenge would be you would drown under the data that's there. So I think even more than the issue about throwing data on the website is, even though some of that data is curated, it's curated so it's a digestible amount of data. I think staff's really concerned about just throwing things on the generation, a single portal, to what end staff is asking the question. And I'm just relaying that concern. I think it's the format is even more of a challenge than the volume of the data is what is it going to mean for somebody to encounter those data sets. There's a lot more transparency that we have now than we did when this initiated through Acela. People can look up their permits, track their permits. There's a lot more that we're trying to do. So again, I think staff's question here is, what's the outcome? Because folks can still ask to see data, right? Mm-hmm. And how does that get formatted? I don't think staff wants to get in the way, but how do you create a digestible amount of it to City Attorney Gallagher? There's just so much data that's being generated. Throwing it out on one website or one web portal, we already have some challenges in making sure that our data is updated that's out there. This would almost be like throwing data on a wall and hoping some of it sticks. So again, I think the question is, what's the outcome desired? And then maybe we can work to some place where the council wants that space. But that was the major concern, is the amount of data generated and having it be anyway digestible for the public, especially since it's coming from different platforms. It's not all, we're moving towards singularity in platforms, but there's still redundancy in multiple platforms out there.
And thank you, and I very much appreciate that, and I very much agree that it's both the volume of data that would be in that web portal and the accessibility, and frankly, even I at times have difficulties finding information on our website, and to have it be in that raw data form could be very difficult. So I would also note that there are concerns in my office that the exception is unless the data is exempt from disclosure under the Public Records Act or under other provisions of state, federal, or local law. That means that all of any new areas of data that are generated and existing areas of data that are generated are going to have to be run through our office to evaluate whether they can go onto the onto a web portal. So I do appreciate the city manager's suggestion that this may need a little more discussion as to what do we really want to have and how do we want to structure it. And again, this data is, provided that it is subject to disclosure, it is all available upon request. So next slide. We get now to the enforcement of the ordinance. The proposed ordinance does include enforcement provisions. If a member of the public believes that there's been a violation of the ordinance, they may file a complaint with the city clerk. That complaint must be filed within 30 business days of the alleged violation. The complaint will be heard by the city manager. The hearing is to take place within 90 days of receipt of the complaint. And the decision by the city manager is to be issued within 30 business days of the hearing. Next slide. If an individual files or an entity files 3 complaints that are found to be unfounded, the city manager finds them to be without basis. 3 of such complaints within 12 months, the complainant is then barred from filing a complaint under the ordinance for a period of 1 year. The ordinance expressly states that the city and all of its departments are welcome to voluntarily cure or correct any violation. And then the ordinance requires an annual report of complaints and disposition of the complaints. Next slide. This is education. And again, throughout the ordinance, it does encourage and direct that there be ongoing training and education, both for the benefit of the public and for the benefit of city staff. So this is a collaboration of really having us be able to work together well. Preparation of the Citizens Guidebook. The ordinance directs that the guidebook include a description and explanation of the city government structure and organization, a description of the city's responsibilities and functions, that the guidebook provide definitions of terms, of common terms, and then that the guidebook provide paths for citizen participation in local government, and kind of the full range of what are those opportunities for participation and suggestions of how to take best advantage of those opportunities. So that is the last substantive slide, and I do want to note before we go, the last slide is of course for questions, but before we go to that, I do want to note that many of the provisions of the proposed ordinance, I think as we've started to talk about, are going to take some time to implement. So if the council moves forward with adoption of the ordinance, we would recommend that the council think of having a later effective date, at least 3 to 4 months to get all the elements in place or underway. Both the elements that were discussed today and the other elements that are in the ordinance but not talked about today. I also will mention that I have heard discussions, suggestions recently that perhaps we might look at adopting this ordinance initially as a policy to try it out. You know, the subcommittee talked about keeping many of the provisions to application only to the city council, again on this idea that let's try things out and see how they work, and if they work well, then let's expand it to the other boards and commissions, but keep it for the city council itself for now. And next slide. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mr. Tibbetts, any questions? I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Sue, you know, I guess, and this is a question for, I guess, a lot of staff. You know, I'm seeing here in the PRA that each department will have to have a designated coordinator. And again, I know Tom asked about budget. I have the same question about budget, because I know I've seen the work that, you know, our clerk's office currently does, your office on PRA work, and it's extensive. And I'm concerned that now we're looking at hiring new positions within each department just to handle PRA work. So I guess my question is, do you foresee that being a possibility? Or if not, is there any way to gauge or estimate what the impacts time-wise to each department would be as a result of this PRA extension?
I don't have the amount of time, but currently each department does have a designated representative for public records. So that is already in place. And I certainly, you know, invite Magali or Stephanie to also weigh in on that, but that is already in place. And I don't know if I mentioned, but we do have a new system that's been in place. Stephanie, I'm not sure, maybe a year or so, year and a half, that is a online process for requesting documents, for providing responses. That system allows the responses are all then online, so someone else can search through the requests and then have access to those documents that someone else requested. So it is a good and efficient system in terms of providing additional access to the public. But Stephanie, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, or Magali.
That's correct, Sue. Councilmember Tibbetts, we do have that. It's about a couple years old. Next request is the online program. Citizens aren't required to put it in writing. They can call and ask for records if that's the case, or if they email us, we can input that ourselves, but it is a way for staff to upload documents. Then we have the opportunity to review those and work with the city attorney's office to determine which records are disclosable before we actually make them public and release them to the requester, because we want to make sure we're not releasing anything that's not disclosable or exempt from disclosure. But yes, we have streamlined the process for PRAs.
And if I could just add that it does, though, however, impact small departments such as ours. I mean, we're community engagement is myself and Danielle, and also some of our own prevention partnership folks, but just something to note.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I appreciate that, Magali. I know that staff doesn't like to always weigh in on their opinion, and they like to be unbiased in a council presentation, but I hope that, you know, that you feel like you can speak to us about how this would impact you and your other workload, and even so far as if you have a preference, because I know, speaking for myself, every time my board of directors hands me down more reporting that I have to do, it takes away from the things that I love about my job. And so I'm concerned about staff morale in this process as well. And God knows I am not detail oriented and I'm not good at keeping records. So I hope that you're better at that than me. But my final question is for members of the Open Government Task Force. When this came forward, you know, when we were going through the slides, one concern that I had, putting myself in the shoes of a resident who might be wanting to file a complaint about our process and the records that we produce. And we basically are watchdogging ourselves. There's no independent third-party entity reaching into our files on behalf of the residents' best interests to say, you know, you don't have to, you know, I work for you, you know, whereas we're saying this person's trying to petition City Hall for information because they don't like something we're doing. They don't trust us. That's why they're probably doing that PRA to begin with. Yet we are the ones who are furnishing information to themselves and creating a disclosure about what we did right or wrong. And I'm just going to venture to guess that that's not going to be satisfying to the citizen who brought forward the complaint. Did the Open Government Task Force get any comments from the public or concerns from the public, kind of, you know, based on what I've just highlighted, or were they satisfied generally with us watchdogging ourselves? Because Stephanie, I think you're great. I trust you, but you're not an elected position. You're not necessarily accountable to the public in a way an elected clerk would be. So I just wanted to bring that up as a question for members of the Open Government Task Force.
Or for the subcommittee.
Yeah, I can weigh in there. We did talk quite a bit about who the adjudicating body should be or who should hear the appeals. What we ultimately decided was, particularly since we have currently the Open Government Task Force Implementation Committee, that might actually be a really appropriate body to deal with many of these issues. You're right, absent some form of independent arbiter within the city, there are going to be concerns about that process. But as Sue noted, with all of these, with the Public Records Act, as well as with the Brown Act, there is ultimately relief that people can seek in the courts if they should choose to. We're providing an option that's free, that isn't going to cost them money to still have their concern heard. It'll still be public, and there'll still be an opportunity for that grievance to be aired, particularly when we look at trends in the city. You know, if I'm somebody in the public who doesn't trust us and the report comes out that we've denied every single PRA, that would be cause for concern, and that would obviously be something that the media and others would cover. So I think that it is a good compromise in terms of what our capacity is. And I get not wanting to add staff time and not wanting to add staff in general, but this is a council and this is a city that's made a commitment to open government, and some of these things that are in the ordinance, they are what they are. They cost money to do, and they're the right thing to do. And I'd say that this is one of those things.
Mr. Oliveras or Mr. Sawyer, any additions to Mr. Tibbetts' questions?
I can weigh in. I know sometimes during our process, you know, we would make consideration of certain recommendations and look for input from the council, expecting it, wanting it, you know, and so that it was not just the subcommittee making decisions. You know, when we were first talking about this, it seemed like a reasonable alternative to a legal proceeding. But when I look at this now, what I realize it would be putting us in the position of is making a determination that one of our employees is not doing their job. And that's the only two employees that we review is the city manager and the city attorney. We would actually be making a determination about whether or not another person, and maybe the city clerk, or some other department did not do their job and did not adequately satisfy the requirements or the needs of a person requesting the PRA. So I do have some concern about being a subcommittee that's now determining whether one of our employees is doing their job. That would be a concern of mine. And so I wonder, this would probably need a little more work for me to be able to support it fully the way it's articulated here. But I understand the intention.
Mr. Oliveras, any additional comments on those questions from Mr. Tibbetts?
Yeah, I want to address that and make some other comments too. Kind of piggyback on what Sue said earlier about a potential other pathway. You know, this has been 6 years in the making, and it's been easy. And I came in maybe more than midway, and it's been difficult, but sometimes understanding and being inside, being part of the committee and watching it grow. It's kind of like we keep making this big salad, you know, and growing and growing and growing. Now we're here to serve it to you, to the rest of you, And somebody doesn't like radishes, you don't like kale, somebody doesn't like the dressing, but there's a lot in this, and it's a lot. And I'm hearing some of you now ask questions that coming from the outside, really looking at it, this is a big ask. And towards the end, as a lot of these things started to develop, one of the things I started to question too, and it was one of our slides and some of the things that we're going to require on an agenda, budget impacts. What's the budget impact of this? It's big. This is a big ask. There's a lot of things related to staffing, documents, translations, interpretation. There's just so many things that are there. And I worry that pulling the trigger on this thing as an ordinance could put us in conflict as far as where policy meets practice. And maybe it does make sense for us to explore this as some type of a council policy to test it out for 6 months or test out elements of it as we continue to work out some of these other issues. Because again, I really worry about what you're going to be facing. I'm not going to be here, but you're going to be facing some serious budget impacts because of this. And we're trying to do the right thing. I'm not saying don't do it because it's going to cost, but we also need to find the resources to make it happen. I think the citizens of Santa Rosa deserve this, and they deserve something good, and they deserve something they can understand too. And here we're trying to help the rest of you understand it in one city, and it's difficult. So I don't know what the answer is, but I'm open to some discussions about maybe moving forward with some kind of a different process. Maybe it is a council policy that we start working on and taking chunks of this, but I think we need to keep this burning and keep this moving forward and coming up with something that's the final product at the end that we can all live with and that meets everybody's interest as well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Tibbetts, did you have any additional questions?
Yeah, quickie clarification on the current PRA process without the Sunshine Ordinance, Sue. Can the public, if they don't like the records we're currently furnishing, can they still take their claim to Superior Court for discovery and all that good stuff?
Yes, if a requester is unhappy with the response that they've received from the city, they can go directly to Superior Court to challenge that. Attorney's fees are awarded to a successful plaintiff, so there is that element as well. And I will note that as a practical matter, we only get maybe a couple of Public Records Act lawsuits in a year. Sometimes we might go for a year with none. We have a couple pending now where the laws are unclear on what gets produced and when and so forth. So those lawsuits are pretty rare, but they do exist. And they are available. Anyone can go right to court. Yes, there are filing fees. I will note that with the adoption of this ordinance, these internal administrative processes will be a required prerequisite before you go to Superior Court. So they'll have to go through these two steps before they file an action in Superior Court. And that's under the general principle of you have to exhaust all your administrative remedies against a governmental agency before you ask the court to intervene.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay, next up we have Mr. Sawyer. You had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question about the access to city data, and I agree with the city attorney. I have my own difficulties in navigating our website and looking for what I consider a pretty simple, looking for some pretty simple information. I spend a lot of time searching. But my question has to do with whether or not we could determine which of the data is usually asked for that we could target, as opposed to all data, which that sounds, I agree with Councilmember Oliveras, not only on his concern about the budget, but also this thought about perhaps looking at policy as opposed to ordinance and to do some testing out. But I'm curious if we could narrow that down to that question had to be generated from some request or some information that someone was looking for that they couldn't. And we might be able to narrow it down to one department, potentially, maybe two, where there are usual questions about data that is generated that they need to find, as opposed to all, which sounds daunting to me. So I'm just curious if maybe if there was a genesis to that request. And it's not something that maybe it can't be answered tonight, but I think that might be a good way to at least to start to narrow it down if we move in that direction.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Story, was that a question for someone now or just to pose for?
You know, I don't know if it can be answered right now, but I'm just maybe Mr. Rogers has a sense of where that request came from. It could have just been a general request from members of our either the committee or members of the public that were attending some of our meetings when we were actually live and sitting in a room with them. I mean, it could have come at that point because we had been working on this for a very long time, or it could have come from the original task force. I just think that we would need to drill down. That's why I don't think I can get an answer tonight, but I'd just be curious as to the genesis.
Yeah, and I certainly will defer to Councilmember Rogers, but I can also indicate that originally this provision was the open by default concept, and it included not just data, but all city documents. And so actually the subcommittee in its discussions narrowed it from having all city documents to be posted on the website, which obviously is thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of documents, to instead looking at data rather than documents. So that's where that originally came from. And yes, the notion of open by default of documents should be, information should be presumed to be disclosable and available to the public. That's the genesis behind this, and certainly Councilmember Rogers and chair of the committee may have additional comments or explanations.
Yeah, so Sue is correct. It is one of the recommendations that came out of the Open Government Task Force. I actually took a note. I was going to address this exact point in final comments after the public gets a chance to speak. But the city manager made a comment about people throwing it against the wall and seeing what sticks in terms of the data, and us not understanding how everybody is going to use the data. And that's actually part of the point. If you have your data that's accessible for everybody to use, then you have people who are not necessarily entrenched in how we are currently doing things who are able to look at the data, whether it's a grad student who's working on a thesis, or whether it's somebody who is in the educational field who want to review data and come up with different or better ways for us to do things. That's probably well outside of my purview, and as a council member, I kind of get used to what we are currently doing and what other cities are doing. And so the idea was, if you provide that data and don't put limitations on it, people can really be creative in how they use the data and potentially come up with solutions for the city.
Great, thank you for that. All right, we have Mr. Oliveras and then Mr. Dowd.
My apologies, my hand was still up from before.
Okay, Mr. Dowd, do you have a question?
It's not a question. It's really a comment that I really appreciate what City Attorney Gallagher talked about, and I see the direction that this city should go is not do anything beyond what is required by the Public Records Act and that which is not required by state and federal laws, and limit the actions of our city employees to request of our citizens, not just publish a sole website for everything that's produced in this city. That's mind-boggling to me as to what that might cost. And maybe one person out of 175,000 might be interested in it. It just doesn't make any sense. And then my last comment is I really, really would hope that the city council could implement some of the things, much as Councilmember Oliveira said, and to some extent also Councilmember Sawyer, that put things in place and then give time for implementation so that we haven't jumped in over our heads in the deepest part of the ocean, but we walk into this and see if we can accomplish some things that go along with the concept of keeping our options and presentations open to the public, available to the public, but just don't make it a blanket, just do everything for everybody when everybody doesn't even want it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional hands up. I did have two questions. One on slide 26 and 27, it mentioned the PRA appeals. And it said 10 days and another time I had 2 days. But since we've been having this discussion, is that business or calendar? And I would just ask whatever the ordinance is, if we could be. So first of all, first question for those two, are those business or calendar days? And I would love for us to be consistent throughout, because I know there's another item on the agenda where they called working days. And now clarification, I think, would be helpful.
Yes, these are calendar days, and in general, in statutory interpretation, if the days does not specifically state business or calendar, it defaults to calendar. So, but you are right, since some of the provisions are specific to business days, it does make sense that we be expressed throughout. So.
And I appreciate your definition. That's what I was assuming. But again, as we're talking about, let's get away from government speak, I'm not sure many of our residents might know what you just said. So thank you. Right. And one thing that I forgot to ask regarding agenda materials, when we were talking about as supporting documents get created, it gets pushed, well, it gets added to the agenda. I know some members of our community have signed up for council updates. Would that information also be pushed out to those members of our community who like getting that information?
Yeah. Yes.
We would push out a notice through our Gov Delivery subscribers that documents have been added to the agenda.
Okay. And they would receive those documents, or that it would direct them to where they can get those documents?
It would direct them to where they can get those documents.
Great, thank you. Okay, seeing no additional questions, just to give council the heads up, what I'd like to do is let's hear public comment, then we will take a brief break and then come back for our conversations. So we're now going to hear public comment for item 14.1. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment for item 14.1?
Thank you, Mayor. You can see there is a timer before you on the screen for item 14.1, open government task or open government ordinance. To make a public comment, raise your hand via Zoom. If you are participating by telephone, please dial *9. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown or at the conclusion of your public comment. The first public comment will be from Eric, followed by Karen. Eric, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute yourself and confirm you can see the timer on the screen?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Thank you. This is Eric Frazier in the Greater Cherry Street neighborhood. I appreciate the opportunity to participate, and thank you very much for allowing me 3 minutes to cover the points that I've assembled. As you can well imagine, this is a bedrock issue that goes right to social justice. So again, I appreciate being involved. My comments here might be a little bit random and out of order, so please bear with me. Number one on the list is that SB 272 requires the city to post an inventory of enterprise systems used to administer the affairs of government I have never seen this inventory produced by the city, and I think it is an important inventory to have access to so that you guys understand, as well as the public, the extent of automation in serving up information. Item number 2, surveys. Where are the guidelines for the city's use of surveys to assure that they're statistically important and that they have no defect on language or logic? Number 3, reports. Reports must be complete and accurate with projections or opinions labeled as such and not misleading in any way. They also must have an author attributed to the writing who is responsible for the content, potentially legally responsible for the content. Number 4, verifiable sources. All the information in writing, as well as presented orally by staff or officials subject to the Brown Act, must have verifiable sources referenced so that we can track down those source materials. Number 5, meeting management. Why is Legistar not administered sufficiently to see whether the public should go to a physical location and or participate via Zoom? If you look at the Legistar calendar currently, you'll see that there's a lot of misinformation about where the meeting's being held and is it on Zoom. That will grow more important as we transition away from the COVID pandemic. Speaking of that, certainly the application of Zoom and other platform tools and technology should continue on even as we physically assemble. I don't see any provisions for that. When it comes to the CPRA, here and again, there's a lot of these technology platforms. You mentioned Next Request. And I think if you were to search Next Request, you'd see those areas where data sets are frequently requested. And I don't buy into Councilmember Tibbetts' assertion that requests are made just because there's a lack of trust in government. I think people use information for a variety of reasons. And after all, it's our information too. PRA request should not have any additional hoops to jump through for the requester. So this idea that you're creating some additional hoops to jump through in case you have to appeal the lack of action or the lack of completeness would be a problem. Thank you very much. I'll send the rest of my comment.
Thank you, Eric. The next public comment will be from Karen, followed by Colin. Karen, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute yourself and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I have, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor Fleming, and members of the council. My name is Karen Weeks, and I was a member of the original Open Government Task Force. As you can imagine, I'm delighted to see this coming forward. It's been a long time coming, as has been mentioned previously. Tomorrow it will be 6 years to the date when the report was first presented to the council. I commend staff and the subcommittee for their work. The ordinance presented tonight is vastly improved from the one that was brought to you in March of 2016. And also the staff report was very clear in laying out the differences between the original ordinance and this version, and I thank you for that. I do have a couple of questions, of course. A number of them have already been answered during the presentation, but there's still a couple of outstanding ones. And to start off, I would like to say that if some of the members of the original task force had been asked to participate at either council meeting or the subcommittee meeting, maybe some of the issues that you're talking about tonight might have been fleshed out. The first question I have is, at the last subcommittee meeting, I did ask the reason for changing from calendar days to business days and didn't receive an answer, so I'm asking that again. The second question I have is about the supporting documents and being sent via Gov delivery, and I believe that that's already been answered. And I really do appreciate the fact that when there are additional documents provided, that the public gets notice of that. The city attorney talked about some of the other items in the report, such as the Citizens Guidebook and the items listed under 1-10.010. And I believe she indicated that these might be coming within 3 to 4 months. And I just wanted to find out if I heard that correctly. So once again, I'd like to thank you all for a job well done, and thank you.
Thank you, Karen. The next public comment will be from Colin, followed by Sonia. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see the timer. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Colin Metcalf. I'm a lifetime resident of Santa Rosa and of Sonoma County. Oh, man, what a long report. But I think something that's very necessary and very appreciated. I've been trying to come to as many city council and subcommittee meetings and board of supervisors meetings as I could since I decided to start getting involved as a community member in local politics in May. And I see a lot of the things that come up that I have had other community members talk to me about as problems, things that folks feel like they have difficulty with access being addressed in this. I think it's great that y'all already do a really good job of putting out agendas way in advance. I know someone mentioned at some point that a lot of this is stuff that the Board of Supervisors, the county government does not do. And I can tell you from experience that it significantly hinders public engagement in those meetings. So I commend you for wanting to move forward with this and involve the public in the decision-making process. I did notice as one point of concern, which was it's not a small thing for the members of the community that it impacts. I noticed that there was a discussion of using telecommunications devices for deaf and hard of hearing community members. I was curious about that as to what that entails. I don't know if that means that somebody is live transcribing or what, or if there would be some kind of discussion in the future about using sign language interpreter on screen. I know some larger cities do that as well. But overall, I think a lot of it is really great stuff. I hear some of the council members' concerns about it slowing down the decision-making process, and I definitely agree with those concerns. I would say adding more staff to rectify that problem would be helpful so that the turnaround time is not lessened or so that it's not increased, so that you're still able to make decisions in a timely manner while also being able to notify the public of these issues in advance. I know I have taken on essentially a volunteer position within my own community in terms of reading through agendas as they're posted and translating them for community members. I know Vice Mayor Fleming mentioned that there's a lot of difficulty with parsing the language in those agendas. I think that might be something to talk about in the future as well, just to make the language more accessible. It was very gratifying to hear that I am not the only one who has difficulty translating the dense language of those agendas. So that might be something to think about in the future, but I think this initiative is great, and I commend you for bringing it forward before the council. I hope you move forward with it when it comes to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. The next public comment will be from Sonia. Sonia, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Thank you very much, Sonia. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose to do so, and your time begins now.
My name is Sonia Taylor. I've been around for a long time. In other words, I'm old. I remember the Sierra Club lawsuit. I remember the settlement. I think that it has resulted in good things for the city of Santa Rosa. While I understand deeply the concerns about cost, about staffing, I think it is important to remember that this is the public's business that you're conducting, and the public should be able to find out anything they want to know. And with that said, I have to say that the city of Santa Rosa does, in my experience, an excellent job of responding to PRAs. I'm guilty of numerous ones. Staff is very open and always willing to talk to anybody, in my experience, about what's going on. I fully support this sunshine ordinance. I remember when it all started, been around for a while. And I disagree rather strongly that the city of Santa Rosa should just do the minimum the Public Records Act and the Brown Act require. In fact, the Brown Act very explicitly states that, it's the government, it's the people's government, and it provides opportunity for closed sessions, for instance, and things like that. But it also says you don't have to do them. It gives you the opportunity, but you don't have to do them. The idea is, I think, what this sunshine ordinance puts forward, which is to be as open and transparent as possible. And the city is, in my experience, as I said, doing a good job of that, but we can always do better. So I would fully encourage you to support and pass this ordinance, and I hope you will. It's been a long time, and I do want to echo the last speaker who talked about the county of Sonoma. I'm in the process of writing a lovely letter, you're glad's not going to you, about their complete and total lack of transparency. So thanks. I hope you will pass this.
Thank you, Sonia. Again, we're now taking public comment on item 14.1, open government ordinance. To make a public comment, raise your hand now via Zoom or dial *9 if participating by telephone. Mayor, I don't see any additional hands being raised. Are you okay if I move along to the voice message public comment?
Yes, let's please do. Thank you.
Report item 14.1, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Thank you for finally getting to this 6 years since it was first explored. It is definitely something that you should embrace and have the whole culture of all the city employees understand not just a sunshine ordinance approach, but an actual authentic community engagement in which you allow the community to do as your number of recommendations say you're going to do. One of the things is number 6, the management of the meetings to facilitate public participation. True public participation, allowing people to come to the meetings and not this exclusionary zoomed out approach that you've embraced and feel is somehow helping. Many people tell me they don't know what's going on with the city because they're not on the internet. These are taxpayers. They're older folks that maybe you folks want to exclude. It sure seems that way. One of the things that of main concern to myself and others is number 3, posting of the council's final agenda 4 business days prior to any regularly scheduled council meeting. We hope that means Santa Rosa City business days, because the city's closed on Fridays. So that would mean to most folks the Monday before the meeting and then 3 days, business days in the week before the meeting, making it the Tuesday, 1 full week before the meeting, that you folks are going to make this stuff available to us. And that shouldn't be a problem. You folks can step it up. You got some highly paid staff there that can definitely suck it up and make it happen for us. You only have 4 business days a week now. So make sure that those 4 business days of the Santa Rosa City is what is part of this number 3 for the new ordinance that you are adopting today. Every bit that you can take to help the community be more involved and abide by the stipulations from the past with the Sierra Club settlement would show that you are trying to do the best you can to have the most informed public and the truest community empowerment. Right now, it seems like your efforts are more window dressing, and you're not really striving to have true community involvement. Even your community advisory board meetings, it's a farce. Very few members of the public get a chance to participate in that.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes public comment for item 14.1.
All right, thank you so much for that. Okay, we're going to take a recess. We'll reconvene at 8 o'clock. Reconvene at 8 o'clock. Madam City Clerk, are you ready to resume?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the December 1st Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record state that all council members are present.
Okay, now that for public comment, what I'd like to do specifically, and I want to see if this is okay with you, Mr. Rogers, is you have this item. One more opportunity for questions, and again, not comments, questions from council for clarification. Then we'll get general comments from council to help Mr. Rogers with any information he may want. And then this item will be yours. And Mr. Rogers, if there's any specific things you would like us to make comment on, that would be helpful for you to share it after we get questions for other council members. Okay, so council, are there any questions related to the entire presentation and or clarification from any of our public comments? Mr. Tibbetts, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to just pose Karen Weeks's questions to the staff. I apologize, Karen, I did not write them down and I forgot them over the break. So I'm hoping either staff has those questions written down or Karen can share them again.
The main one, if I can jump in, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize, this was going to be my question as well, was on the shift from calendar days to business days. And, you know, our subcommittee was working on this for about 1.5 years, and I apologize, I don't remember why we made that shift. So I was hoping that staff could remind us as well.
And I believe the questions mainly had been answered, except for that one.
I remember. I believe that it was made.
Sorry, is that you, Danielle?
Sorry, yes, it's me, Danielle. I believe that the request was made from members of the public who were participating in those subcommittee meetings to change from business days to, or calendar days to business days. Or vice versa.
And Danielle, could you just introduce yourself for those listening in as to what your role in the city is?
Yes, Danielle Garduno, Community Engagement Coordinator with the Community Engagement Office.
Great, thank you so much. Jack, does that answer your questions, or was Karen's questions your only question?
Well, if she had more, I'd love for her to pose them, but she may have left. I guess my clarifying question is just to reiterate what I heard before. We currently post 12 days because of the settlement with the Sierra Club. So what we're talking about doing is expanding 1 week just because we're moving to business days from calendar days, correct?
Well, let me clarify. The Sierra Club settlement and the council policy requires posting 9 days, but 9 calendar days is a Sunday. And therefore, if we are going to post during a business day, that would be Friday. But because of our practice of rotating RDOs, alternate RDOs, we instead post on Thursday is our practice. But under, that is just our practice, and we could post on Friday or even over the weekend under the current requirements. But it is our practice to post on Thursday.
So we're currently doing 9 days, calendar days.
Well, we're required to do 9 days, but that would be Sundays. So we're actually doing 12 days as a general practice. There are occasions where it slips over and gets posted on Friday instead, but our general practice is to post on Thursday.
Thank you.
Okay, council, are there any other questions? Seeing none. So Mr. Rogers, can you just kind of tee up what feedback you would like to hear from council that will help you with this item?
Yeah, I think, so there's, I'll be honest, Mr. Mayor, there have been hours and hours and hours of the subcommittee going tediously line by line through the entire ordinance. So I think what would be most helpful for me before I make the motion is to hear what the concerns are from council members, see which of those concerns we can either explain or offer up some form of a compromise, and see if we can then get an ordinance that the council is interested in passing. And again, I mean, this comes from the subcommittee recommended, which means it doesn't actually need a motion, but it does sound to me like the members of the council have an interest in weighing in. So if that works for you, if we could just go through the list, have people give comments, I can see if I can craft something that we all can kind of agree on.
Okay, so we'll just open comments, and I'll just go around where you fall into my squares. Mr. Dowd, you're up first.
I think I've made probably as many comments as I have, but I will repeat them, and that is that I really do support us having a very open and system where the public can participate and understand what we're doing. I don't like the piece in there about the sole website for all items prepared by the city. I just think that that's an awful lot of time and expense that is much better handled by having people who want a certain item of information to do it upon request in accordance with the other issues of the Public Records Act. And then the last thing I would like to say is I think this ought to be phased in by some means so that the city council can identify the things that are working well and emphasize them, and decide that there's other things that aren't working well and discontinue them, but not feel like this is stamped in concrete. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Tibbetts, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor. First I want to preface everything I'm about to say with, I'm really grateful to you, Chris, and to the subcommittee for all the work that you put into this over this long period of time. And I'm going to, work with you and everybody to try to move something forward. So the last thing I want to do is be an armchair quarterback who did not participate on work that began many councils ago for a very good reason. So some of my concerns are this. Just generally speaking, my prevailing concern is that the noticing timeline is going to undo a lot of the significant advances this council has made within City Hall, particularly the planning department. I liked your solution a lot of posting in advance and kind of just using it as a placeholder, because I do believe that what the public is after with the Sunshine Ordinance is just the ability to have information sooner. Whether we end up acting upon that or if a planning commission votes something down, they at least have been noticed, but we don't see it. I think John's comments are spot on about that. I think it's going to create a huge degree of confusion and require a lot of public education between now and when it's implemented. But I'd rather give the public the benefit of the doubt to figure it out, and the staff the benefit of the doubt, and us to explain it to them in a way in which it works. I think we should probably exempt appeals. It sounds like that was too convoluted per the Brown Act. And when I think about an appeal, those are coming about because people are already informed and probably to some degree organized, which again, I think is a big push behind why the public wants the Sunshine Ordinance. So I would recommend exempting appeals. I was okay with the meeting management. I also liked your suggestion, Chris, about allowing video in lieu of minutes. I just feel bad for the city clerk staff who has to transcribe all these minutes within, I think it was 5 days. So I understand that we need to do that, short of a video, but I think a video could help a lot in that regard. With the PRA stuff, I'm kind of take it or leave it. I have huge concerns about the budget. I have a lot of concerns about our staff, particularly small departments. I just don't think they have the support they need to do it right, which then becomes an issue with implementation and us watchdogging ourselves. But I'd be willing to support that in kind of, and I'll get to this point in a minute, in kind of a pilot. I think that, you know, by and large, what I would like to see is, I think I would have a hard time supporting an ordinance tonight because as Dick has pointed out, and I think Ernesto has pointed out, there just seems to be a lot of stuff to implement in a really short amount of time. And if we don't implement it properly, there's going to be consequences for us, the illusion of impropriety, and, you know, impacts to staff. You know, generally speaking, one of the things that I love about being on the council is that, you know, we get to do things. We get to bring forward citizen issues, citizen complaints, citizen projects. That's our job. And I just don't want to pass it. And my fear is that we pass an ordinance that will slow that down. But I know that we do owe the public a greater degree of transparency whenever possible. So what I was hoping is that we could pursue something, and I think I heard Ernesto say this, is implementing this maybe for 1 year as a policy, as something that staff has to begin to implement, we have to begin to implement, and then have a review committee, you know, the subcommittee check in 6 months, and then probably again in 1 year to see how things are going. The only caveat to that, and I don't know if our charter allows for it, is I would truly love to see staff be voting members of this committee. I don't know if that's possible, but I think we're asking for a lot of work to be put on their shoulders. And I know that that's their jobs. That's what they agree to do when they take these contracts with the city. But I still think that there should be, I don't know, I'm sensing in staff right now that there's a lot of reluctance and fear about the process. I could be mistaken. So I'd like to see that. But those are my suggestions. And thanks for all the work you've done on this. I do mean that.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Mr. Sawyer, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to thank the original task force for all of their work. As you can tell, the body of work is really quite immense, and they were steadfast in their desire to have the Sunshine Ordinance and have a body of work that would make the city more transparent than it already was. And also the public that was involved with the task force as well. And they spent a lot of time and energy in making comments and recommendations to the original task force, and also the one that was subsequent to that. And I really want to also acknowledge Councilmember Rogers, his ability to pick up that ball after it lied kind of just sitting on the court, if you will, for months and months, and be able to pick it up and help the community. We had community meetings at that time, even though there were only a few people there, they offered some really great recommendations. And Chris had the ability to hear them and to include them in some of our recommendations, and also knowing full well that it would ultimately come to the council and there would be a large conversation, and that is what was happening tonight. So thank you, Chris, for your ability to collate a great deal of information and be able to help us move on, because it was very easy to get stuck on one issue. For instance, the timing of the preliminary agenda. So Chris did a great job, and I really appreciate his leadership there. So I'll go into the what made me uncomfortable and I'll just tell you what I would like, what I have concerns with. I continue to have concerns about the early posting on the preliminary agenda. I agree with Jack about what it could do to projects, what it's going to do to staff, what it's going to do to our city clerk. I mean, there are so many consequences and ramifications of going too early or pushing the staff into what I think of as being an arduous task to try to respond to 12 business days. So I'm in favor of calendar days. And really the task force, the original task force recommendations, I'm very much in favor of, including the one for the final agenda, their recommendation, their original recommendation there as well. And I know I know Chris was, I'll just mention, Chris, you wanted to go a little further than I wanted to go. And I think you knew that I suppose had a little heartburn about that. I still do. So I'm not nothing if not consistent on those concerns about the timing. When I looked at that calendar that you illustrated earlier in the presentation, it gave me no small amount on I think it was on tile 15 or slide 15 gave me no small amount of anxiety. So that's not something I'm interested in putting into place. I don't feel comfortable being an appeal body for our employees, for PRAs. That does make me feel uncomfortable. And the city data, we have a lot of work to do on where we go with that. I like the idea of being able to have some information that is not currently available on a website, in some portal. But in my opinion, until we clean up our current website and really get in there and make it as user-friendly as possible, adding more layers of data in there before maintaining a user-friendly website, I think would be a mistake. So I think that's it. I will leave it at that with my thanks to the council for being able to process this much information in one evening. It's you can imagine how much work went into it. I appreciate everyone who was a part of that, and thank you, council, for your willingness to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Oliveras, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I said before, Mayor. After going through this process, and actually the process today and trying to roll this out, it's a big ask of staff. It's going to be, I don't know that we need a year in reviewing this or trying it out. We need to test it out there. I know we can bring back an ordinance and change it, but I don't want to do that. I think I'd rather start out with something like some type of a council policy while we explore more of this and continue to roll it out and eventually have some kind of a strong ordinance. But like I said, my biggest worry right now is committing to our promise to the public on what we want to do, and it's going to cost us money. We need to find it. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it because of that. We need to find it. So that's going to take some work. And we don't know yet a lot of the elements of this as far as the practical piece of it is putting it to practice now. We don't know yet. So we need to discover what some of those barriers may be as we roll it out. So I just ask for some caution as we move forward, that we do it right, and that at the end we end up with a product that we can all embrace and be proud of, because I think this is going to be a first, I think, in our county, and I think it could be a model for others to follow as well. So I really encourage us to be more methodical about how we roll it out, because I think there's still a lot of unknowns that need to be addressed as well.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveras. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that what's been brought forward to us today it's not lost on me, the amount of participation that has been put in, the amount of hours and so forth. And to that end, I hear the point about having staff involved. We have Councilmember Oliveras, our longest serving member, and a former staff member, Karen Weeks, weighed in heavily on this. We have our two most senior members of the council, and Mr. Rogers, who has tons of policy experience. So, in terms of what comes to us, I just want to extend my sincere and heartfelt thanks to all of the work that you and the community put into bringing this forward. And I'm going to be, supportive of whatever compromise the council in your wisdom comes up with tonight, whether or not it's a policy or an ordinance or, try something. But what I'd like us to do is to consider trying as much as we can. And if not getting caught up on some of these, in my mind, roadblocks that are reasons that are realistic, they're practical challenges, and they're opportunities for us to overcome things. If we want to make something happen for our government, which is funded by and for the residents of the city of Santa Rosa, then what we ought to do is to figure out a way to pay for it. And if people want something, people have to pay for it. And so if our residents want this and demand it, then we need to figure out how to fund it for them. And if they don't want it, then, so I guess where I'm going with this is that I reject the idea of, oh, it's such a huge burden on staff. It's such a huge burden on the clerk. What it is it's an opportunity to staff these departments properly if this is something that the public wants. If the public doesn't really want it and doesn't really want to pay for it, then, I don't know why we're here at this point. So, it's kind of like this, you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. And I think that it's, a little bit of false logic because, times are tough. We're looking at a difficult budget and everyone's worried about things getting cut when we're asking for a huge body of work to come forward. And maybe it's not the right time. Maybe the public would decide that they don't want to pay for this at this point in time. But I tend to err on the side of we wouldn't be at this point in time if people didn't want this. And so, to that end, I have a couple of thoughts, but again, I'll defer to my more senior colleagues, which is, one is that, I'm not concerned about putting unprocessed data on a website. I think that, a lot of great science, a lot of great research comes from things that we don't know how they'll be used or in what ways they'll be used. It would be lovely to have everything perfect and nifty. And I think that we do need to have a user-friendly website and more publicly accessible things. But when it comes to data and raw data, I'm okay with just putting it out there. It belongs to the people. It's the people's data. If the people want us to organize it a certain way, they need to let us know, and they need to let us know that they want to pay for it. And then around like the posting deadlines, I do share the concern about it holding up timelines, but I think that we just had a first crack tonight at how to best work around that problem. And I think it's an opportunity for some creativity and some public education. I do share Councilmember Sawyer's concern about creating confusion. And I do share the city attorney's concern about tipping or giving the illusion of tipping, staff tipping their hand about how they think something's going to go. And so I think that we need to come up with a way to do it in a way that is really clear that we are not prejudicing the outcome of something prior to it happening, but that we are maintaining a place and that we can, and that for developers who might see that on there, that our planning and our PED department has gotten really good at communicating with potential developers. And so I don't think that this is beyond their ability to let people know who are filing applications, hey, if you see this thing, it's a procedural matter. It has nothing to do with the outcome of your project. And if developers can get as far as they do with the city, I think they can understand that line on a preliminary agenda. And if they can't, I don't know how they got that far to start with. And then the last thing is that if, let's try something, and if it doesn't work, let's review it and let's do our best to fix it. And I mean, I can't say enough how much I appreciate the hard work of our staff and especially our clerks department during this COVID time. I mean, Stephanie and Dina, you guys have done the work of a much larger team in the last 9 months. And if you don't know how much we appreciate you digging in and how much I believe that we should upstaff your department and give you all the resources, and that no department should be worried about getting a load of work done that the council asks for lack of resources. We should give the public what they ask, and we should give our teams what they need to get it done so that we're not stuck between picking the two. And yes, things are tough, and yes, we have difficult decisions to make, but let's try to act with the leadership that we are and, that we represent in the North Bay, and not the fear of the tough winter ahead of us. So those are my comments, and thank you again.
All right, thank you. My comments starting just generic. I really think this, or general, I really think this was a community effort. And I do fondly recall back in December of 2014 when this presentation was done, because I was sitting as an audience member just before getting sworn into council. Can't believe that's been 6 years. And Mr. Sawyer, I don't know, that was your fifth time elected. But anyway, it was just fascinating, this process, that's when it was introduced. And I remember the dialogue. And then you think of all that this city has done over the last 6 years, right? And I really appreciate, Mr. Rogers, you picking up the ball and the rest of the subcommittee to get us to this product that we have here. And again, I'm not looking for perfection. I'm not looking for perfection at all, just improvement in our transparency and improvement in our processes in the city. And the one thing I do want to remind council, especially those of us that'll be here in 2021, we've talked about what will this cost to implement. To me, there's two sides of that equation. You either bring more dollars for more staffing, or we reduce our priorities. This council, we've been asking staff, here's our priorities. This is what we want you to prioritize. We, the 7 members on council, may have to say, okay, we're not going to be able to have 5 priorities. And that's why, I'm a big supporter of having making this a policy, not an ordinance now. And I'm open for the staff. I think our city attorney talked about a 3 to 4 month, implementation period. It may take longer, but let's do that as almost, this test project. And like the vice mayor said too, there's not too many things that, now that's a deal breaker for me. But Mr. Rogers, I will provide with you or for you some specific points. When we were talking about the web portal, for me, just one web portal, that doesn't sound practical. What I would love is a user-friendly website. And again, my my personal metric, heck, if my father-in-law can understand it, that's good. We've talked about governmental language. Let's not get governmental language, someone that's easy to use, right? You don't have to be an IT professional or someone inside this government bubble to understand how to maneuver through the website. So I think that's tied into a single web portal. If we had a single search engine that was able to get all of our information, so any resident could be able to find that. I mentioned the effective date. I mentioned the policy. And then I haven't seen a good reason why we want to go from calendar to business days. I'm very supportive of the original Open Government Task Force recommendations. So I'm a big supporter of that. And that is the group that I really would like to applaud, because if you look at who those community members are, they're still in the game, right? And if I was a member of that, and that was a big concern I had, that it's taken us 6 years, can you imagine right now if someone were to create a task force and say, do all this work and in 6 years we'll give you an answer or your return on your investment? Probably not. There's a variety of reasons why it's here, but I just really want to applaud all those members of the community and that task force, that original who stuck with us. And now we're seeing the product that I think will be, again, may not please everyone, but it's a step in the right direction. So really I applaud all the efforts of staff and current members who've been on the task force, and specifically that previous Open Government Task Force, of which I know at least one member. It didn't scare her away. She's currently a city employee. So kudos to her too. So with that, Mr. Rogers, I believe you have this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everybody. I think for me, when I approached this project with Councilmember Sawyer, Councilmember Oliveris, and I do want to mention Councilmember Combs was one of the original members who picked up this project as well and had been involved for a long time in it. One of the things that I was struck by, and I know that we discussed, was just sort of the overarching principles of democracy and how our legitimacy as a government was derived by the consent of the people who we govern. And here we had this document that was put together by folks telling us how they wanted to interact with their city. And we have spent a lot of time since talking about how to get people engaged. And for me, the most bedrock principle is they've told us what type of government they want. It is up to us to figure out how to actually implement that. And what we really did was we walked through, as I mentioned, tediously, each of these areas. And while there are aspects that are not perfect, many of them come from a compromise that the committee made based on what the intention was from the task force, what we were hearing in today's time from the public, and trying to meet that expectation. So for example, there's been a lot of talk about the preliminary agenda, the 12 calendar days versus the 12 business days. I actually do remember now, as we've been going through this discussion, that was part of the compromise that we made because the original task force recommendation was for 5 business days for the final posting. So what we decided in those conversations was that because we were not going to meet the 5 business days for the final posting and we were instead going to go for 4, we could at least provide a little bit of extra lead time on the preliminary agenda without tying staff's hands so much that we couldn't get anything done. So I did want to provide a little bit of that context as well. With that said, I do hear many of the concerns. I will try to offer a compromise based on hours of work that we put in, based on what I think that the public expected of us of this ordinance. And I'm going to start right there. I've heard from a number of folks they would prefer to do a policy than an ordinance. And I'll tell you, that is one of the things where I don't know that I would want to compromise on that. And particularly to Councilmember Oliveras' point, there is so much in this ordinance that isn't controversial that we should be doing already that I think sends an important message to the public about the level of importance that we have. Some of that is the translation requirements. Some of that is the providing of folks their ability to interact with us. I know we're getting caught up on some of the stickier details that don't really matter to everybody in the public, like the agenda, but I think those things should be codified in an ordinance, and this is our opportunity to do some of that. So I'm going to suggest we keep the ordinance, but we also already know the ordinance is dated. Not only have we learned a lot about community engagement over the last 6 years, we've learned a lot about community engagement over the last 6 months and dealing with COVID. And we, in fact, at our last meeting for the subcommittee, made a recommendation that we needed to keep the Open Government Committee going to talk about lessons learned, to talk about implementation as we come out of COVID, and that we should really treat this ordinance as the bedrock, not a final deal, but something as a evolving document that implemented best practices, but still kept that commitment to the public. So what I'm going to suggest is that we do pass the ordinance and set the implementation timeline effective with next year's budget, so that way it gives staff time to prepare. It gives us time, the next council, to have a discussion about the fiscal impacts of portions of it. And if at that time the council decides that parts of it are not practical or feasible based on budget constraints, then we can have that conversation and we can in fact schedule that to be done in conjunction with the budget. I then think we also set a 6-month and a one-year review period, as Councilmember Tibbetts suggested, for us to have a study session hearing from staff about what the practical impact has been, and that we can then address some of those issues as well. I do think tying it to the budget discussion would ease a lot of the concerns that I heard from council members. I think for the advance posting of the agenda, I think that for projects that have to come to city council regardless, and there are not as many anymore because we have done a lot of that streamlining, but there are still some, let's go ahead and just place those on the preliminary agenda. But for ones that are appeals, I hear you. Let's build into the exemption section that appeals from a lower body, whether it's the Planning Commission or whatever have you, that those are exempt from this additional timeline. I think from what I heard from Councilmember Sawyer and Councilmember Tibbetts, I think that would solve the concern, because then it doesn't assume that there's an appeal, and it doesn't slow down the process if there's an appeal from what we've been trying to accomplish. I'm happy to talk about that as well. As Councilmember Fleming said, I agree. I don't know what people are going to use the data for. If they find a clearinghouse that we don't have staff curating and cataloging, if they don't find it useful, fine. But what we clearly heard from the public in these discussions was, particularly for institutions who wanted to be able to have access to that data for whatever project they have coming up, having a clearinghouse where they have access to that data would be helpful. So I'd like to keep that if council members are open to it. Councilmember Sawyer, I also heard from you the concerns about the appeal body for the PRAs. We currently have it as that multi-step process. I am fine as a compromise if the council wants to not have us be involved in it, go through the process of the appeal to the city manager and city attorney, And if the person then at that point finds that as an unsatisfactory response, then they do have the avenue through the courts. So if that makes council members more comfortable that we take ourselves out of the appeal process, I'm fine with that as a compromise as well. All right, so I think I will make a motion whenever you're ready, Mr. Mayor, but I will throw those out for discussion and see what the general straw poll reaction is from council members, if that works for you.
Thank you. We do have a couple of hands up. Oh, Mr. Tibbs is down. Mr. Sawyer, you still have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chris. Clarification as far as tying the exactly what parts of this would be tied to the budget, because I have to say that I was that's one of my biggest concerns is the unknown of the costs. And though I agree with Councilmember Fleming that if the community wants this, then we need to find a way to pay for it. I'm not clear exactly what the community really is looking for, or what it's always hard to gear when an entire community is looking for. So paying for it could be a heavy lift. So I do have a concern about that. I was one of those that was actually kind of in favor of going for a policy before going to an ordinance, just because to be able to try some of these out. I understand that the message that it sends if we went to a policy as opposed to ordinance, but it would give us an opportunity to tweak those things that didn't seem to be working. And so I'm unclear as to when this would begin as far as the preliminary agenda changes from the various changes that have been discussed. When would that begin?
Right. So my suggestion from hearing the different comments from council members is that the implementation of this ordinance is at the adoption of the next budget. So that way staff has time to prepare between hopefully if this is adopted and next June, what those actual budget impacts for them would be. And then in the discussion of the budget, we have an opportunity to discuss, do we need to add staff, or do we need to actually go back and amend portions of this that are infeasible due to our current resources? But it allows us to have that conversation, and it allows staff time to prepare for that. That's the suggestion that I'm offering. I did also want to mention, because you did trigger me on one thing that I was missing. None of the council members brought it up, but Sue did bring up a concern around the recommendation portion. I think that my intention, and I got the vibe from the subcommittee that the intention of requiring a budget impact and a recommendation is not in any way legally binding, but is the best guess from staff to be able to make an informed decision from the public about what we're talking about. So for both the budget as well as if a recommendation, if staff is bringing us something without a recommendation, which does happen quite frequently, that they are bringing an item for discussion, they shouldn't have to come up with a recommendation. We should be able to build in a way to say, recommendation, if it's a project, recommendation pending, direction from the planning commission, or no particular recommendation available at this time, whatever have you. I think the idea is allow the public to know what we're thinking and not completely blindside them. And if we have concerns, if we're looking at this item and we say, we don't know what the budget impact of this is going to be, I think it's fair for us to put it in there to the extent that that's true. So that way the public has the access to the information that we have at the time of discussing things. So I did want to make that plug in there that if that language is so restrictive that it prevents us from being able to do those sorts of things, then we definitely need to soften it. But the intention is to make sure that the public has the same information we have at the time that we are trying to make a decision.
So another clarifying question regarding the implementation.
Mm-hmm.
If we pass an ordinance tonight, yes, how difficult will it be when we're dealing with the budget to be able to be nimble and to be able to make adjustments if we find out that some certain things might be too expensive, unwieldy, some things will absolutely work. Some things are just going to be a nightmare. If we adopt it as a policy tonight as opposed to an ordinance, does that change our ability to be nimble during the budget process?
I guess that's a question for Sue, because my understanding is, or my thought is, that we would have an opportunity to discuss it as a council, and if there was a need for us to waive, our budget isn't a one-time discussion, it's an ongoing conversation. It would give staff an indication of where we are headed in the budget process, and then it would give us ample time if we needed to, with obviously 12 business days notice, for us to be able to have a discussion about whether we can actually, where we find those resources, or have that conversation with the public during that budget hearing process about, do you value this over other priorities that we're going to try to meet? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It makes sense to staff. The only thing that I would say is, the city attorney may have a specific opinion about implementation. Generally, we work in a fiscal year, not in a June. So would we be going for a July 1 implementation date?
Correct.
Okay, that's the one clarifying question I had.
Yep. Yeah, I'd want it to run concurrent with the next year's budget.
If I could just ask the city attorney to comment on that also, to me, just talk about what staff, either operational impacts or documenting impacts, would policy versus ordinance route going forward?
The difference in terms of flexibility for a policy versus the ordinance is simply that working with an ordinance, you can change it with one council meeting. If it's an ordinance, then we need to do the 2 readings of the ordinance. It would be hard to imagine that after 6 months we'd be talking about it being an urgency ordinance. So I think we can set that aside, and it would require two steps. So I think the difference between the ordinance and resolution is that 2-step process at the end if you want to do amendments, and then it's more the sense that I think when we have a policy, folks have more of a sense that we can tweak it easily, we can change it, we can try things out and modify it. But as a practical matter, we can do that with an ordinance as well. It just takes a longer process, and it's a little more involved. You have to do various statutory steps for an ordinance.
If I can, Sue, and also to be fair, that's part of why I'm talking about tying it to the budget, is the budget has to go through those same steps and processes. So
yes.
If in the budget process we've identified that there's an issue, there is a remedy to fix it along with the budget before the actual implementation.
Yes, and what we would do is we would agendize the open government ordinance at each budget meeting. You wouldn't, it would give you the opportunity to address the ordinance at each of your budget meetings separately to get that process going, to make amendments if you should so desire.
From a staff perspective in the budget process, I would concur. It would be perfectly set up to step through those public hearing processes and review processes, so we wouldn't see that as a hurdle, because we would have plenty of forewarning and an ability to evaluate that in the overall budget cycle.
Yes, and I do want to also clarify the actual implementation of the ordinance. The ordinance would not go into effect until July 1st. So we wouldn't be kind of trying things out. We would be internally doing our own investigation and trying to figure out what is it going to take for us to meet these requirements and then be able to report back to you. But we wouldn't have had the practical experience of trying it out.
But that aside, we could still track those issues, right? So we would be able to identify those issues. Staff could identify where there might be some challenges. So we'd still be able, while we wouldn't necessarily be doing it practically, we could still track where those issues lie for us and for the council. So if there are issues that occur which would have been challenged, having the framework that we know we're shooting for would allow us to evaluate impacts.
It kind of, I would hope that staff would be attempting to implement early to see how it would work without the fear of some form of enforceability on them should they do it incorrectly or if they had learned something in the process.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Okay.
Mr. Sawyer, did you have any more questions?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Just a quick one. But I think the city manager just answered it. What I was concerned about was whether or not we have the ability, and you mentioned tracking, to understand, had we already been working with this particular model, how it would have impacted certain decisions that we might have made, given with the preliminary agenda discussion. Because I was just to jump into it, and if there were some failures, that would of course be unfortunate, but Mr. McGlynn just mentioned that he felt that the staff could model or foresee how it might work given what we might be passing tonight with the full implementation of the preliminary agenda timing. So if we can figure out what the impacts would have been had we been already implementing this ordinance, then I would be more comfortable moving forward. I feel like we're as long as we're not shooting in the dark, when we finally implement it on the 1st of July, it gives me a better sense of relieves some of my anxiety about the timing issue.
Okay, Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so this is the one issue I'm having with it. I mean, I think, Chris, I'm definitely on the same page with you. Potato, resolution versus ordinance as it's laid out. I'm happy to support an ordinance, but here's my concern is I feel like there needs to be very concrete trial and error that should happen well before the budget process. I mean, when this comes forward, I'm going to want to hear from Claire and how it's impacted PED. I'm going to want to hear from Magali, how it's impacted her time and her ability to get out in the community, because she might be focusing more on the detail-oriented reporting stuff. I want to hear from PRA and clerks and everybody. And we're not going to be able to make that determination during the budget process until we've either through resolution or ordinance imposed this policy upon the staff. So I guess what I'm asking for is, can we implement resolution now that has flexibility, that kind of is the phased in approach that people are asking for, so that by the time budget comes prior to July 1st, we have this clear grip. You're still getting the ordinance that you're seeking, but I mean, I'm asking for some hard data here. What I don't want to see is staff coming to us saying, okay, well, we've kind of looked at this. We've had some conversations. We identified how this scenario could have run differently. Here's the staff positions we think we'll need going into the budget. Because I'll tell you, I won't be in a position to support the ordinance going forward after the budget hearing if we don't have anything concrete.
Yeah, and what I'm telling you, council member, with this suggested compromise is that we get 3 bites at the apple for the council over the next year and a half, year and a half. 3 bites at the apple for us to talk with staff about what the actual implementation is looking like. So that's why I made the comment to the city manager, and you heard his response about starting to implement early to hit those pitfalls at a time where there's no enforceability. It sounded to me like that is his intention, is to try to use that period to do so, not to drag feet up until the budget is adopted to start implementing, but actually use it as sort of a grace period. And then after that, we have a 6-month and a 1-year check-in for council on, now that it is fully implemented, how is it actually working? And,
well, I gotta say,
and your 1 year then is aligned again with the next year's budget for that discussion.
I gotta say, for the same reason you're pushing for an ordinance tonight is the same reason that I'm asking for an implementation date. It's because intention is great, but disasters happen, other priorities happen.
Well, and that's the one qualifying statement that I need to make is that in a couple of weeks' time, this council is going to be considering a contract for diversity, equity, and inclusion work. You need to carve out time to do this work, which includes this work as well, to do the evaluation, which goes back to some of the comments that the mayor made earlier about focus of the council and committing to that focus to do this work, right? Because that's going to be the city manager's chief concern, is we're up for the game, but if we get thrown a lot of other projects, to your point, Mr. Tibbetts, Councilmember Tibbetts, we're going to struggle to reach an assessment in the time frame laid out. With an ordinance, you really lock us into that conversation, but you're going to have to be willing to allow the staff to spend the time to do the work. And it's not work that just happens without the evaluation period.
Well, Sean, I gotta say, based on what you're saying, I'm gonna have a hard time supporting an ordinance and would prefer a policy. But I wanna help Chris and all the committee members who have moved this far. Can you give us an indication, a date that we can memorialize that you think you would have time to do this, understanding that we probably can't throw another hot potato in your lap between now and that time?
Well, again, I think, there's a contract coming forward for your review in a couple weeks' time, which is also going to carve out staff time and resources to devote to some very important work the council and the community wants to see done. I just want to make sure that we're all understanding there's a series of things that are organizationally focused. This involves the community as well, but we've got to carve out time to do that work so we can bring you back the evaluative. I can't forecast this like you're saying what's coming. What I can say is that an ordinance of the council does set a start date, and we're going to have to come back to you and provide input through the Open Government Task Force of how we're making progress against that. And to the Councilmember Rogers' point, that becomes a vehicle to come back to the council and say, this is where we are in the evaluative process. But, there is a possibility of disappointment depending on the state of circumstances that go with that.
Yeah. To be clear, July 1st of 2021 is when we enact this. Am I tracking this? Because I'm hearing a year and a half, but I'm hearing July 1st. Are we talking July 1st, 2021 we enact, and then the subsequent January preliminary budget hearing is when we revisit it?
No. So what we're going to do under this proposal is staff will have between now and the start of the budget discussions in 2021 to start to implement without the enforceability of the ordinance in effect, while they hit pitfalls, while they figure out what shortcomings there are, the things that they can't possibly know until they start doing it, to your point. We will fund in the budget, have those discussions about what we actually need to, in terms of resources for them to achieve it. And then we'll check in 6 months out, which at this point would now be a year from now. And then another 6 months out from that, which will be the start of the budget cycle in 2022. And I hear you on wanting to go with a resolution or a policy instead of an ordinance. I'm gonna quote John Sawyer. John Sawyer used to always say that if you don't stick by your values when they're tested, they're not values, they're hobbies. And we have made community engagement and openness a value for the city. I think an ordinance says that. I think a council policy is a little bit too milquetoast and I wouldn't support a policy as opposed to an ordinance.
I just want to make sure, Chris, what I'm trying to say is I'm actually coming more into your camp about this issue. I'm saying that if we're going to be here, doing this, let's dive in and make sure we have all the information leading into budget time. But what I'm hearing is that we're going to do that July 1st. We're going to evaluate it.
To be clear, what I'm hearing from the city manager and the way that I'm intending it is that they will start to implement immediately. But in terms of the enforceability, we want to give them the room to be able to make mistakes and to find those pitfalls. And so it's the enforceability of it. The official enactment date will be with the budget next year when we as a council give them the resources they need to implement it, or make a determination in public that we are not able to actually meet those goals and make those adjustments to it.
Just for clarification, it allows us to stage implementation, right? We're not shooting for one day. We can take this as a process as through the 6 months, right? We're going to start with one component, which may be the posting dates. Staff will sit down and figure out how we tackle those issues and get feedback. It allows us to take a more consideration in our approach to implementation.
I hear you guys. To your point, Chris, like I said, ordinance, resolution, potato. And if we're not setting a hard implementation date to begin all these practices, even if it's 3-4 months out, I just feel like we are creating something that's milquetoast. I'm willing to try this out.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just trying to find a compromise for folks.
If we want to trust the intent, that's fine. But I'm going to just go on the record now that this comes in the budget and we don't have enough information. We don't have the hard experience to back the numbers, to back this policy going forward in the future. I will not be there to support it.
Okay, Vice Mayor Fleming, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, so one is that I had a question of staff, which is given the compromise around the implementation that Mr. Rogers has put forth, does this ease some of the concerns around having a dialogue and a back and forth with us in terms of making this happen and not overburdening you guys with work that, is essentially unfunded?
My sense from the staff is that, yes, having listened to the issues that we brought forward, that this would go a long way to help ease into that and evaluate the space.
So to that end, though, I want to be very clear that, the work of, for too long, we have had so many bad things happen, but that the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion has no part in this particular discussion in terms of workload. The council has made that a clear priority, and we are saying to you, and I want to be clear with that this is what Council Member Rogers is asking for, is that that has already been made a council priority, and that's an expectation. With this, what we're asking for is, at least what I'm hoping that he's asking for, is that you do your best with what you got now, that when we have our budget conversations, we don't get a recommendation of what you would like. We get a report out of what you have the resources to do now and what it would cost to do what you can't do now. And then
if that's the direction of the council, then that would provide clarity. Vice Mayor.
Can I finish, please? Okay, yep. So what I'm trying to say here is that then at that during those conversations, you come forward and say, okay, we tried to do this. We flat out don't have the resources. Here's what we need to make all of your dreams come true. Here's what it would cost. And then we get into negotiations at that point. And so that it doesn't come forward in this sort of like muddled process where we're very open and transparent with the public. Here's what, staff can do with what they've got. Here's what they need. And then we fund and tweak at July 1. And then you have 6 months in there to figure out how it's going to all go. And then January 1, the following year, you have had the opportunity to staff up and you know what your budget is going to be. And then at that point, it's actually enforceable. Is that what we're going with? Because what I want to make sure is that we're very clear on the expectation. We're very clear that you won't be asked to do anything that you're not funded in, so that we can get results for what the direction is.
I would turn that back to Councilmember Rogers, Vice Mayor. That seems eminently reasonable to me. I just don't know if that was what Councilmember Rogers.
But I want to make sure that that we're all on the same page. Okay. So I know that was the complete opposite of where Mr. Tibbetts is going with this, but what I want is I want something that's very clearly signaling to the public that we intend to do this, but that resources are limited and that we're going to go forward with transparency as we, as staff does your best to make this happen. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to talk about implementation and evaluation progress between now and your budget session next spring. I'm making an assumption that the committee is going to continue to meet between now and then, and that you would be evaluating or getting feedback from staff along the way during these meetings on things that they're being tried out, and that perhaps this be a standing agenda item as well from the council, so that you keep your nose in this thing between now and the time your budget session. I think it needs to be kept alive, and I think those are several ways of making that happen, is by the committee continuing to meet, to hear, and or having this as a regular agenda item, just like others, where you're getting feedback and asking questions about the progress of this implementation between now and budget time.
Would I'll offer that as a suggestion to the council as well, to see if that helped, particularly for you, Councilmember Tibbetts. Would this be a good compromise that the Open Government Implementation Committee will continue to meet monthly to receive updates from staff on the implementation?
I mean, my preference is that it would come to the full council and the full public, because I think there's a lot of sensitivity around this issue. The public hears transparency and they expect it of us. And they're probably listening to some of us tonight, me included, going, this guy's crazy. But what they also need to be abreast of and very informed of is that this has the potential to slow down our ability to respond to their needs or their projects. And so I want
and I'm suggesting that Councilmember Rogers bring this to council as a report item from this committee to report out on what transpired.
So how about then, to, again, trying to thread the needle here, how about a study session in March to monitor progress and to hear initial thoughts from staff?
That would be good. That would be good.
Okay, so that'll be a commitment that we'll make in this motion then, if that works, because I think that then that does exactly what you're hoping for, council member, which is keep feet to the fire a little bit about keeping the priority there and actually getting the information and the data that we need to make an informed decision in the budget, while also then providing the level of flexibility that the city manager is asking for in the implementation to be able to make those mistakes and learn from it. Does that?
And thank you. That's my whole thing. That's my whole thing, is I just feel like dates keep us accountable, staff, the council, and that's all I want to see, is because if we're going to do this, let's actually do it. Let's not just kind of say, well, we'll implement it eventually, depending on what you guys want 6 months from now. That's my only thing.
Okay, Councilmember Oliveras, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll include that in the motion and in the recommendation then.
If I could just offer, Mr. Rogers, I'd be hesitant to do a concrete date or do a date dependent upon confirmation of the next mayor and the agenda, because I know we have a council goal setting tentatively scheduled for February. And just, I'd hate to just pull out, I don't know how you came up with March, because that does seem reasonable, but I know council does have council goal setting. We'll have a new mayor and just get feedback at least from he or she on that March study session, if that's which direction you're going.
Yeah, the reason I chose March was halfway point gives us time to course correct if that's what we need to do.
I get it. I get the intent. Sometimes though, don't want to get locked into something. I'm glad you didn't go the route of 1 month every or have a monthly Open Government Task Force meeting, because that's a Brown Act committee. I'm making the assumption that again requires staff to staff the Brown Act. Okay, Mr. All Ears, did you get your questions? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Sawyer, did you have your hand up again?
I do. Just one. Just one quick question, and I appreciate the check-in. I think it'll be really important to kind of monitor our status and our successes and what is not succeeding. Can I assume that if we moving forward with this, that all of the exceptions that were recommended will be in place? We didn't talk about the exceptions, and they seem, I don't know, I'm not sure if they were part of the recommendation that came from the original committee or the task force or staff, but I'm, if they're going to be working with kind of models, are we accepting all of these exceptions? I mean, I would recommend that we accept all the exceptions. It kind of gives them a little bit of some breathing room. But can I assume that is within within your motion?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we're back to you, Mr. Rogers, for a potential motion.
All right. So I hope staff has been taking notes, and I apologize, creating more work already. So with that, I will move the ordinance of the City of Santa Rosa with the following modifications to it. The implementation date will be July 1st, 2021. There will be a 6-month and 1-year review for the council and for the public. The budget recommendation, the budget and recommendation language on the agenda, preliminary agenda, will be more permissive, as was previously discussed. We will have a check-in study session in March of 2021 to evaluate progress. The project, the preliminary agenda will list potential projects that have to come before the city council already, pending the outcome from the lower bodies, and we will add an exemption in the exemption section for appeals that come to the city council.
Second.
Were you done with that, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, I think I captured everything.
The one had is council involved in the appeals?
Thank you. And we will remove council's involvement in the appeal process.
Okay.
And is it's implemented on July 1, but it becomes enforceable 6 months after that?
No, the enforceability starts at July 1st. And that's why staff have the time up until the budget is adopted to hit those pitfalls, and then it becomes enforceable at that point and in effect.
So just to put this out there, I know it's really late in the game here, but we have a 6-month period for discussing and what the staff needs, but they won't actually have the money until 6 months after that to get what they need. So I was under the impression, and I apologize if I got this wrong, that we implement, but we refrain from enforceability for 6 months so that they can get and secure the resources, and we don't leave them stuck in that period. And I would love to make this happen tomorrow. I'm with Councilmember Tibbetts on that. But what I really don't want is us to have a reason to not deliver on the goods here.
And I appreciate that, Vice Mayor, because that was the understanding that I heard. Because again, hiring processes in of itself can take 3 to 6 months to get staff in place if there's a staffing requirement here. So while I don't know that that's the answer, it just does take some time to spin up operations from the beginning of a budget year.
And the answer was no. This is why we discussed that any potential changes, including the implementation date, would be done in conjunction with the budget, so that way we have an opportunity to evaluate the staffing needs and the different things that the city manager has suggested that have been hit. And if it comes back that we are not able to, in what we are funding, in some of these positions we have already started to fund, if it turns out that for the enforceability, we need to give an extra couple of months to staff up, and that's what we've learned, then we can have that discussion in the discussion about the budget. And that's why I asked particularly about the process for amending the ordinance and the way that it aligned properly with the budget.
Okay, hold on. We have a motion, so we're going to stick to our process here. Are you
clarifying question? That's all.
Right. But let's just get the process down. So, Mr. Rogers, this is your motion. Are you comfortable with your motion?
Yes.
And I thought I heard a second, but I didn't see who seconded it.
I was the second, but now I need to be clear. The reason why I'm seconding Chris's motion is because, Sean, what I'm hoping to see is a time where you implement this ordinance without the resources you need. Because to me, when I staff up a program or a department, I run it lean to understand what the needs are, so I can empirically quantify what those needs are. And I just want to make sure that that's what we're doing. So we won't penalize you or the staff for not doing it. I just want to make sure that when it comes to us in the budget, you can clearly say to us, PED had this issue, this person had this issue, this is the cost of doing all these things. Are we all on the same page with that?
So we will do our best job to do that. I can't, 6 months goes very, very quickly. We're going to start into implementation right away, and we will work with the Open Government Task Force to tell them where we are in relationship to that process.
Thank you. Okay, we're good.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Rogers and a second by Mr. Tibbetts. City Attorney, are you clear on what that motion is, or do we need clarification?
I would ask for clarification on a couple of points, and a couple are a little more into the details. But as to, and this is in the order that you've presented them, but as to the budget, the contents of the agenda having the budget impacts and the recommendation language, we're going to make that more permissive in the preliminary agenda. So those things need not be in the preliminary agenda, but they still need to be in the final agenda, just to confirm.
Okay, I apologize. I had it wrong in my head. I think we're good there then. But I wanted to make sure that in the final agenda, if it's required to have those, that we have some form of language that says to the best of the staff's knowledge or whatever have you, because I want it to be permissive.
Okay. And then let me just keep my notes current. You mentioned removing the council from the public records appeal process. Currently, the way the ordinance is drafted is that it's a two-step process. So the first goes to the city clerk and the second goes to the council subcommittee. Are you suggesting instead simply substituting the city manager for the subcommittee and still having a two-step process? Or are you suggesting a one-step process, and whether that appeal is to the city clerk or to the city manager?
I'm gonna say something almost laughable. I'm gonna go with simplicity here, and I'm gonna say let's make it the city clerk, and then if that is not an appropriate remedy for the person, they still have their avenue through the courts that they can pursue.
Very good, thank you. And then if I may just confirm, just because of earlier conversations, I want to confirm that your motion is to retain the 12 business day requirement for the prelim.
Correct.
Correct. And then to keep the open data portal still in the ordinance as it's written now.
Yes, correct.
And those were the clarifications that I was seeking.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any final comments from council? Mr. Dowd?
It would seem to me that, having listened to this discussion now, and certainly transparency is something that the council should support and we should work forward. But what I think has been put forward by this motion and second is the entire system will be looked at and possibly modifications will be made for various reasons, whether that's expense or that doesn't seem to be necessary or whatever. But there's flexibility built into this so that the council and staff has the opportunity to make this system as good as possible.
Okay, Mr. Oliveras, is your hand still up or is that an old hand?
It's an old hand.
Okay. See no other hands, real or virtual. Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Dowd?
I didn't get a response from either Councilmember Rogers or Councilmember Tibbetts that this flexibility is in fact what you're intending to include in it.
Yeah, I apologize, Dick. I took it as a statement, not a question, because that is correct. Is that we're trying to thread the needle to get something meaningful passed while also still giving us an opportunity to be responsive.
Under that circumstance and clarification, then I would vote in favor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, thank you all for your work on that one. Okay, we have no public hearings. We do have one written communications that everyone should have received here. We're now taking public comment on item 17, non-agenda matters. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're calling in via phone, please dial *9. Madam Host, would you facilitate public comment for item 17?
Thank you, Mayor, will do. Countdown timer will appear before you for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers participating in today's meeting. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. When the countdown begins, please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end. Oops. Sorry about that. And let's see, your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. Again, this is for public comment on item 17, non-agenda matters. Raise your hand via Zoom, dial *9 if participating via telephone. Mayor, I don't see any hands being raised, and we already heard the voice message public comment on non-agenda matters.
All right, thank you for that. So before we adjourn the meeting, as I'm sure everyone is aware, Sonoma County lost a king of Sonoma County on Tuesday. Art Obledo passed away at age 94, who had a significant impact on adding value and bringing the community together in so many different venues. I can remember some of the first times I met Art were while I was on the chaplaincy board, and we had our big fundraisers. And where do you think we went? Pasta King's Lasagna. And although those were very successful events and fundraisers for the nonprofit, I know a lot of people, I think, came just for the lasagna. So it was incredible. But having gone to a number of different events throughout the community, you knew he was going to be there and how he was willing to do anything and everything. And there's something that in Christmas article in the Press Democrat that you mentioned that were some of the values of Art. And there's just 3 that I really liked what he had to say. Art declared that many of the ills plaguing America could vanish were 3 basic values practiced more widely. And those 3 values were common sense. And again, that's classic Art Obledo. Gratitude for the abundant opportunities that come with living in a free country and a willingness to work. So I know many of you also had different experiences with Art. If you wanted to share any comments before I adjourn the meeting, I invite you to make any of those comments now.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, I was first introduced to Art, I could have been back around 1980, 79. Who knows when I got here, started working the fair. I think the fair revolved around Art. That was the go-to place. My introduction to Pesto, and I think he probably introduced Sonoma County to Pesto. He had been around with that recipe for a long time, but a man with a big heart, warm heart, who always had something to say. And I don't think he had any enemies in this community either. He was just such a friendly guy. But that's one of the things I always look forward to was the fair and laboring the long lines at the fair to be able to get some pasta from the Pasta King. But he was an amazing man who is going to leave a big mark in Sonoma County, and he will be greatly missed.
Thank you, Mr. Olivares. Anyone else like to make any comments before we adjourn? Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to say I don't think a year has gone by since I was in kindergarten till now when I didn't have either the green sauce or the red sauce from Art at any number of events. For me, it was St. Eugene's, kindergarten through 8th, then it was Montgomery High, political fundraisers, the fair, and I think that just showed the breadth and diversity that Art kind of, he supported everything and everyone, and that was such a special thing about him. So thanks for the opportunity to share.
Absolutely. Mr. Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. Art was one of those that comes around oftentimes once in one person's lifetime. And I hope that there will be others in our community that as it's growing that will have that kind of reputation. And I'm not gonna, I wouldn't bet the farm on it, right? But someone like him that gave so much, that so many people were aware of, and selflessly, I hope that his example is followed by others in our community as time goes on, because he will be greatly missed, and he's left an amazing legacy. Thank you, Art.
All right. Thank you all for your participation. So in honor and memory of Mr. Art Robledo, I will hereby adjourn this city council meeting. Thank you all.
That's